Hello? Is this thing on? Hello? 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 I'm surprised you can hear me because I'm at my computer right now and I'm not actually in the garage. Oh, I gotta update the YouTube URL. You're right. I guess YouTube does a unique URL per scrimmage. Okay. Twitter. Okay, here we go. We'll update this URL. I'm panicking. And updated. Okay. Now I go to my Twitter. And how the fuck do I view my own Twitter? Okay, there we go. Alright. And just delete that. YouTube 4K 60 stream. Bam. Post. Skiddly dump bump. Bam. Alright. It's in. Okay. Sound is real good. That's impressive because I'm inside. Like, I'm probably 50 or 100 feet from the camera, and there's like literal exterior insulated walls in the way. So let's do this. Let's do that. I still don't have the fitment quite right on my microphone. I don't know why. I feel like it just doesn't fit my head shape well. It doesn't engage on my ears well. It's really annoying. If we can hear you, they can hear you too. And then we'll put the microphone up a little bit. I think I might clip here and there. I don't know why. All of the audio setup is good, but once it goes into OBS, it clips. So I think software decoding issue for the stream. Whatever. All right, let's fill my water. Don't forget to hydrate. It's almost lunchtime, chat. Almost lunchtime. Got that. We got my tablet. Then I can pull up YouTube and Twitch chat at the same time. Now the only this stream is that OBS is sending to FFmpeg, which is then duping the stream for YouTube and Twitch. And if FFmpeg goes down, then it will not automatically restart and it will take the streams down. So hopefully FFmpeg just doesn't quit. But I imagine that if there's even just a tiny blip, that will end up going down. So that will be fun when that happens. Okay, then I can click on me. No, me. Then we're gonna click on, how do I, okay, go to live. Got it, we got chat open. YouTube says I only have a 27-second latency. Yeah, and that is in the longest latency mode. Because it's maximum quality, and especially since I'm relying on YouTube to just VOD this directly, like I am not saving this stream locally at all. So YouTube is in like normal latency mode, which is the only mode that supports the highest quality. Because I'm sending YouTube 4K 60 at 50 megabit, which is kind of fucking nuts. Okay, so we got that open. Now we need to open Twitch. I got this working yesterday where I had both chats open and it was really nice. So if I click on creator mode, get rid of stories, stream manager, okay. We got this, then we can do this. We take this, drop that there, and then we put YouTube over here. And then I think that closes. Get rid of the activity feed. Okay. All right, we should be good. Wild Drew FFmpeg done. Unfortunately, that doesn't work with YouTube because YouTube changes its fucking URLs each time you stream, so that's fun. Okay. We got our water. We got our tablet with chat, so we can do engagement. And then we can move my laundry. Get fucked if you thought the content was about to start. Nah, I gotta move my laundry. Who looks like a bitch now? Twitch chat does. Woo! Got him. 420, blaze it. Keck W. Woohoo. Okay. And then we do a laundry transfer technique here. All right. And bam. Okay. Whoop. All right. Laundry is being laundered. Now, I think that was the last straw. I think we now can make content. Press 1 if you want content. Ooh, good thing I saw this battery pack, because I should probably plug the camera in so that the camera doesn't die. Because right now the camera is not plugged in at all, which is cool. But also, eventually it will die. Okay. Count until chat message appears somewhat lines up with that. Oh, that's cool. Alright, what was the issue with the camera from yesterday? Well, the stream was 2 days ago. By the way, chat, okay? It was 2 days ago. And second of all, the issue is completely unresolved, but I bought a software upgrade, and I'm now streaming using NDI instead of streaming using whatever I was using before, RTMP. And this side of the software stack doesn't have the bugs that the other side had. So the fix was to change the software stack to one that doesn't have bugs. Right? You like that fix, chat? I do. Okay, now I can see myself. Framing's not fantastic. Let's improve that. Let's go up just a smidgen. There we go. There we go. Framing's good? What up, Twitch chat? How's it going, gamers? All right. I would unironically pay to rewrite in Rust the streaming firmware. Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy how bad the streaming firmware and experience is. It's really quite annoying. So, we're going to start off today's stream by cleaning, okay? How does that sound, chat? We're going to clean off the table. And that's going to allow us to then focus on making good content. All right? How does that sound? You like cleaning, chat? Raise your hand if you like cleaning. Okay, we take the screwdrivers. We're going to put them in the screwdriver drawer. Ooh. And then we're going to take the pliers. We're going to put those in the pliers drawer. All right. Riveting content. Cleaning sounds like good content, basically. I don't know what cleaning means. I never make a mess. Bullshit. Bullshit. There's always those people who say like, oh yeah, I don't have to like clean up or anything. I just clean as I go. I make sure that the mess never actually happens in the first place. Yeah, okay, dude. Okay. All you're telling me is that you're really good at lying to yourself. Or you're delusional. Alright, we file the file and okay, I need to make my Twitch chat bigger. My YouTube chat's big, but my stream manager has like 3 million layers. Which makes it kind of hard to read chat. I can stream manager. Can I bits, boosts, goals, stats bar? Okay, I like my stats bar. I like knowing how many people are watching, though, you know? Activity feed, bits, boost. I want to get rid of the shit at the bottom. There's like half the thing is filled up with trash. And I guess... Will this turn off the activity feed if I turn off literally every single thing? Bam, 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 bam. Nope, still has the activity feed. That's great. How do I get rid of the big icons at the bottom? Because legitimately, I can't read more than like 2 lines of chat. Chat goes off the screen so fast. Thank you so much for the anonymous sub gift to I Like Boobies. Alright. Welcome, I Like Boobies. Is that a Tava 7? It's like some ultra something or whatever. Chat, what I want to get rid of is the icons at the bottom. The like edit stream info, add stream marker. And maybe you can't get rid of them, but chat's such a small fucking part of the screen. I want to read more chat. And I also have the gift sub thing. It's just like, bro, this is like what happens when a low-level developer makes a web interface. Thing looks thin, yeah, it's quite thin. Yeah, look at how much. So here's Twitch chat. Look how much Twitch chat there is. I've got Stream Manager heading, which is probably 5 times wider or taller than it needs to be. I've got the stats, which is quite tall. I've got these, which are minimized down, and when they're minimized, they're still massive. I have my gifted sub chat notification. So now I'm halfway down. So we're like 2003 bonsai buddied Internet Explorer. And then at the bottom I've got like 4 buttons that comprise half my fucking screen as well. It's fantastic. Love it. Love it. The YouTube one is nice. The font's a little small on YouTube, but it's fine. It's fine. Workshop Cleaning Simulator 2022. Hell yeah. Bonsai Buddy. I remember Bonsai Buddy back in the day. Well, what did Bonsai Buddy do? Like, people always say it was like a virus or, what's it called? Like malware sort of stuff. But I don't remember what it actually did. I feel like, okay, this might be a really hot take if Bonsai Buddy actually was doing really sketchy things, but I would hazard that modern big tech companies snarf up way more data than Bonsai Buddy did. I don't know if that's a wrong take. I'm cleaning off my shims right now, okay? So I got my shims, and they're covered in the high spot blue that gets everywhere, like I was talking about the other day, how this shit gets everywhere. It comes off with acetone fairly easily. So I'll put a little acetone on these and wipe them all off. Just trying to clean up. I've kind of been letting this mess accumulate more and more, and I'm not happy about it. Put a little acetone on these. I really wanted to get an acetone spray bottle, but they don't really exist. So I was kind of surprised, but you can't really buy them. Just open the pop-out chat. Yeah, that's probably what I should do. Okay, it's one shim clean. If you want a decent chat experience. I am also on a tablet, so it's hard to say if the browser experience will actually work on the tab. I mean, obviously the tablet has a browser, but we all know that apps, for some reason, work better than the exact same app, but in a browser. I haven't been around a lot, just wondering if you're building a server farm. I already have my server farm. What more do I need? I'm happy with where I'm at. I can hear them right now. In fact, you probably can hear them on the stream. You might not know that what you're hearing is server fans, but they're server fans. I actually had a power outage the other day, which means that all my servers are running right now. Normally, I'm only running them as I need them, but after a power loss, everything turns on. So we've got I got a lot of servers running right now. Bonsai Buddy told me facts and made me clean? Really? I remember the coolest part about Bonsai Buddy that I remember as a kid, should have been probably 2001 to 3 in that time frame. Bonsai Buddy had a decent text-to-speech. And I remember making that thing swear. That was cool, okay? Hearing a computer swear was like the coolest thing ever. You could have it say words that you were too scared to say. The Husky toolboxes are definitely go against terms of service. I like their size, but the drawers aren't fantastic. So I bought these because I bought them from a local Home Depot because I was organizing my garage and I was on a rampage and I didn't want to stop. And I kind of wish that I bought like really nice ones online, but they would have taken probably weeks to get delivered because I got these during COVID and really supply was just kind of hard on all the shop stuff. What device is that touchscreen? I think it's like a Samsung Ultra tablet 11, 7, 6. It's something Ultra. It's what they had at Best Buy. They didn't have anything else in stock. I didn't really research or make up my mind. I literally bought this tablet for the sole purpose of being able to read Twitch chat in the garage. And that's what we're doing with it right now. I've never thought I'd clean off fucking shims. This is weird. Rampage-driven development. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I develop most things, I think. Galaxy Tab S8 Ultra? That sounds pretty close. We'll go with that. Even though I don't actually know. It was the only one they had in stock. It's a little big, which is fantastic, like, if I use it while I travel. But it's not fantastic when it comes to, just using around. Oh, now I'm dripping acetone on the screen. Is acetone fine on screens as I drip it all over the screen? It probably is fine. It's a very mild solvent. It's not like it fucks literally every plastic on the planet. It's fine. You're overreacting, chat. Okay. Nice. Can we get a nice in chat? Hey, Brandon, if you were to write a regex engine from scratch today, how would you do it? Language does not matter, just the approach? Shit, this feels like an interview question. Honestly, it's kind of hard for me to give a fantastic answer to that because I'm no regex power user. So my regex experience is basically entirely from Vim. Like, whenever I have to use like sed regex and whatever, I'm usually quite lost. And I do only the most basic replacements. So it kind of depends what I'm writing it for. I imagine if I'm trying to make it high perf, I'm probably dealing with like catting files into it. So it's not really something that you can parallelize fantastically. You can parallelize it. And the way that I would parallelize something like that would be to take the like file stream, whatever, let's say just standard IO or something, and I would split it into equal sized chunks, and I would basically parse them independently, which obviously does not work because there's context that is important across those boundaries. But I think you could still get a lot of the work done and then do fix-ups in post. Basically, do as much parsing as you can, don't make any decisions that can't be done across boundaries, and then you should get pretty good parallelism, and then you're going to have to do like one linear pass at the end, or you need some way that in parallel you can detect that there was an issue. I think it really depends in regex if you handle the, what's it called when regex, the like non-greedy operators. So like non-greedy support I think is a pretty big performance loss. And on top of that, I think a big performance loss is the regex that can handle the like back refs or back edges or whatever. Which I think some regexes just can't do that, and I think they do that for simplicity and performance reasons. I don't know, I'm kind of talking on my ass. I'm definitely no regex expert. Like, I don't necessarily know the entire state space of what regex does and is used for in the first place, so it's kind of hard to answer that. All right. A regex to LLVM IL lifter. Ew! Ew! And then we're going to clean off the surface plate. This is one of my least favorite things to do because this is an absolute pain in the ass. But we're going to clean off this surface plate because it's got some pretty old schmutz on it. So let's get some of the acetone going on here. And let that start going to town. So I haven't quite figured out the best way to do this yet. I'm kind of on a timer because the acetone's going to be evaporating here. I'm going to put on a glove so I don't get as much shit on my hands. I am not a fan of LVMIR. I feel like every project I see that uses LVMIR kind of sucks ass. It's like every year there's a new symbolic execution engine or static analysis tool that lifts machine code into LVMIR, and they kind of all suck. And the reason is that LVMIR is not really designed for analysis. It's designed for optimization and code generation, which is kind of like an IL has so many design decisions that you have to make while making it, and basically all of the design decisions that they made are kind of for a different purpose than a lot of projects that use it. I feel like the only thing that makes sense for LVMIR is literally, are you writing a compiler? Like, are you writing a compiler or making a language that needs to emit to some fucking binary target? If so, it's great. Thoughts on Operation Triangulation? I haven't watched the stream yet, the talk yet. I don't know if the talk has happened yet, or if it's been published yet, or whatever. But I will be watching that. I read a little bit about the blog. It looks pretty cool. Big fan. I feel like a lot of people are really surprised, and everyone's kind of talking about it like it's, nation state, 1 in a billion fucking exploit. Bro, this is just what people do, okay? This is how exploits are written when they're not being used as like a disposable exploit by some cheap fucking company that's churning this out for like police usage, right? So ultimately, it's really cool. I love seeing that shit. There's very few people in the world who are capable and motivated and have the right connections to do stuff like that. But it's also not, like, I've already seen, like, Hacker News people talking about it being a team of, like, thousands of engineers or, like, a massive team and organization. Bro, it's probably, like, 5 fucking people. It's probably, like, 2 or 3 people worked on each part of the chain, and then a couple people, like, bolted all of the components together, and another group probably did, like, the implant dev, and the implant dev is probably, like, the largest dev team, because implant dev can be done like a normal team, right? You can kind of just get normal developers and do implant dev. There's some problems to that, obviously, because a lot of them aren't used to working with undefined behavior, but I don't know. I mean, it's really cool. I love seeing it. Obviously, it's never fun to see bugs die, tragic deaths, or it's good if you're defensive. I don't know. Love to see it. I'm sure whoever was the architect behind that is probably someone that we all know. Like, it's a very small community, and it's very hard to get that good at stuff without also, like, giving talks or whatever. So they're probably someone... I wouldn't be surprised if the authors of that watched the fucking talk on it live. Which is kind of hilarious. Okay, that is adequately clean. Getting it cleaner dude, it's so hard. It's so tough. Doesn't the block get stained with all the bluing agent? It'll get a little stained. But you can pull most of it back out. As you saw, it's in decent shape now. So what I'm more concerned about is just random iron debris and stuff kind of getting trapped on it. But as I wipe this down, this is just a dry pass. I don't have any acetone on it. You can see it's coming off fairly clean. It's a little dirty, but I'm happy with that for the stage that we're in, which is still mainly using this to just get some initial reference measurements, but we're not actually like doing crazy precision shit. Okay, let's read up on chat. So what you're saying is it was you? No, I've never done iOS. Milwaukee, my beloved tool chest? I've never used a Milwaukee tool chest. I don't know what they're like. Get the microphone close to the table. We need some cleaning ASMR. Shit. I missed that message before it was time. If you wrote a fuzzer today, what would you implement? Like full device emulation? I'm pretty much never going to write a general purpose fuzzer. I'm going to write a fuzzer for very specifically what I need. And in like 99% of cases, you don't even need device emulation. It's like, can I call the parse routine in a hot loop? Like, can I load the SO and just call it? Can I write an emulator that runs just that function? Can I stub out just those syscalls? There's a lot of like shortcuts there, but it's I don't know. I don't have really a process for developing fuzzers. I kind of will develop them based on what seems to make sense for the very specific task at hand, which is usually I need to fuzz this very specific surface. And that's about it. Back when I was at Microsoft, I really wanted to do like a full system emulator of everything that was deterministic and fast and snapshotable and resettable and all sorts of things, but I couldn't quite get the political pull to do that, or more specifically, I didn't fight for it because I was not going to be paid to do that. Which sounds like a big dig, but it's like, dude, no one gives a fuck about security, okay? So like, why are they gonna invest in an endeavor that's probably more sophisticated than like the early days of Azure and Hyper-V development to what? Find some fucking bugs they don't care about? Like, yeah. Imagination, thousands of professionals, reality of random 14-year-old with too much time. It definitely like, doing work like that requires significant knowledge and experience. Like, that's not the hacker that gets into fucking Rockstar games through a phishing email. Like, you need absurd knowledge of build systems, low-level code, devices, hardware, like assembly, compilers. You need knowledge of basically everything related to what you're attacking. It's really cool. I can't wait to see the talk. I'm kind of saving that for when I am going to be 100% focused on just watching it. Do you have OCD? I think it's clean. I definitely have a little OCD. It also just feels really nice, okay? Chat, I don't think you understand how good it feels to have a really flat piece of granite, okay? I don't think you understand how smooth this feels. Like, it's a sensation. I have guests over who just pet this. And right now there's still a little schmutz in there embedded in, and I'd really have to go pretty aggressive with a solvent to get all that out. Effectively, I need to pull it out of the pores. Is the stone used in the flat plane non-reactive? Yeah. So it's a really nice piece of, I forget the type of granite. I don't think it will say. There's like a couple different types of granite they make these out of. But it is a specific cut of granite that is particularly good. I don't quite understand how it works. PII gets sent through Jira. No one gives a shit about security. Yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting to see that effectively back when I like went to Microsoft, that was 2017, I think, maybe 2016. I think 2017. So effectively back in like 2008 to 2015, or really the beginning of time to 2014, 2015, if you wanted to make any money doing binary security, you had to do offensive work. And you would get basically no money. You could work directly for the government and get basically no money, or you could go to a contractor and you could get like double basically no money. And that was your only option. Like, these companies didn't really have security teams yet. Like, maybe they had, like Microsoft obviously had Defender and, like, antivirus teams. And they obviously had things like MSRC that would respond to incidents and try and detect things. And maybe they would let a couple engineers run off and do some research if they, you know, had that like, free time or ability or whatever. And then 2014 kind of hit, and that's when all of these big tech companies started hiring like mad for security research orgs, basically proactive, looking for bugs to find them and fix them without finding bugs in the wild, like basically trying to find the bugs that other people would be looking for and trying to fix and patch them yourself. And those jobs, still to this day, basically pay the same like a normal engineer at big tech, which is probably 4 to 5 times more what you would get doing government work, direct to government, and probably 2 to 3 times more pay than you would get at a government contractor, right? And so there was kind of this big switch where the offensive world basically had all of the talent and all of the knowledge when it came to like offensive, finding bugs, writing exploits, bypassing mitigations, that sort of thing. Then in 2014, 2015, 2016, basically anyone who was in offense who could do a little bit of leak code and play whatever political games are needed to get a big tech job, all of those people went to big tech because it was so much more money that it doesn't matter if you liked what you were doing or you hate big tech or whatever, you just go to big tech and take the fucking paycheck. And now, I would say ever since like 2019, the tables have turned again where you can make significantly more money doing offensive research. And I think that is just how it's going to stay for the rest of time. And obviously I'm guessing, and I'm going based off of like US markets, right? I don't fucking know the rest of the world and how everything else works. But effectively, big companies will pay security researchers the same way that they pay engineers. And that's fantastic. But the exploits that those people are capable of finding and making are worth significantly more than what big tech will ever care about for bugs. And I think there was this small window in like 2014 to 2019 where you could make more money in big tech doing security than you could doing offensive work, because offensive work was mainly just government contracts, and government contracts don't really pay that well. Like, if you want to make a lot of money doing government contracting, you have to hire a lot of people and be the owner of that company, right? You have to take the 10 to 20% profit margins off of hundreds of people, and that's kind of it. But then the exploit market went more into like products, which is when a lot of companies started making subscriptions to getting access to like exploit catalogs and being able to sell like fully complete exploits. And then you have like a lot of Israeli companies that will do basically hacking for hire, where they will handle all of the infrastructure. They'll handle finding the bug, writing the exploit, making the implant, and even throwing it. Like, basically you give them a phone number and they will attack that phone number and give you whatever you ask for. And obviously that productization is worth so much more than just standard contracts, and that's why like everyone jumped over to do that. And I don't think big tech will ever be able to find really good bugs and write really good exploits ever again, really. Like, they can hire a bunch of Europeans because Europeans don't get paid shit, so you can make a lot of money in big tech, and I think a lot of good security people in Europe will end up working for big tech because you get the paycheck and you can do really cool research. But if you have the connections and you morally are okay with selling exploits, you kind of have to just sell exploits. So Are the bad guys technically offense also? Yes, so I think of offense as people who are finding, doing research, writing exploits for the sole purpose of selling them to criminal organizations, intelligence agencies, police forces, whatever, for actual use to get access to things. That's what I consider offensive. So like a lot of people are used to the offensive term of like, oh, I do offensive security at Microsoft or whatever, and like that's what my role was offensive security, which is more like you're putting yourself in the eyes of an attacker and you're trying to find good surface that's critical and you're trying to find bugs and write exploits and stuff. But I still consider that all defense, right? Basically, I consider it offense if the bugs are going to be used to get access to things, and I call it defense if your goal is to learn about things so that you can fix the bugs. That's how I view it in my head. I know that that's not really the view of everyone, but that's, to me, that's kind of how I view it. And then you have to keep those people. Yeah, and that's very hard because offensive work is just way more fun than any defensive work. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I try to help and like, you know, whatever, like, yeah, I did cool research and stuff and writing cool fuzzers to simulate attackers and stuff. But at the end of the day, you still have like arbitrary deadlines and budget shit from your boss that kind of don't exist in offense. Like in offense, you can spend 2 or 3 years writing fuzzers and exploits for a very specific surface of a very specific target. And that's A-okay, and that's fine, and it's encouraged. In big tech, if you want to get more than 1 or 2 weeks to do a deep dive on a surface, you're going to be spending political capital. Or your boss is going to be spending political capital, or they already spent political capital and they bought you room to do that, and that's fucking great if you have bosses like that. I would say that's kind of how all my bosses have been my whole life. They have kind of given me the ability to have kind of that freedom to run. But also, defense, security and defense does not make the company money. You could maybe make the argument for it will save them money or it will save them face. But even that doesn't really matter. Like, if Azure got compromised, it's gonna take a really, really big PR smear for like organizations that are built around Azure to switch because of the security issue, right? Like it's just, dude, just no one gives a shit. Like it's just expected from users that companies are going to get compromised and their data is gonna leak. It's just like priced into the way that people operate. Whereas offensively, bugs are worth like basically uncapped money, right? Like it's very hard to put a price tag on the ability to access literally half of the phones in the world at any time at the click of a button, right? Like whether it's for criminals, whether it's for financial institutions that are doing illegal things, but like using it for insider trading or whatever, or it's for intelligence agencies that are used to literally deploying multi-million-dollar one-time use munitions for operations, right? Like it's, unfortunately, I just don't really see how defense can win that ever. I think people who don't have the connections to do offense will do defense, and people who morally are against offense will do defense, and that's really it, right? That's it. It's gonna be really hard to get a real attacker perspective at a big company because you can't afford them. Like, that being said, what I am talking about in this entire rant is specifically like bleeding edge O-Day. I'm not talking about like the security person who's working on Defender or AV signatures or Yara rules or detection, right? I'm talking about the maybe couple hundred people in the world that can find and exploit bugs in critical surfaces, pre-auth, zero-click, maybe one click if you need to, like those sorts of things. I'm not talking about like the, probably 100,000+ person security industry. Obviously, no. Like, those people are always going to go to defense because there's way more money in defense. I'm talking about the people who are capable of finding and exploiting things that effectively means that they could personally or with their group of friends or whatever organizations they back get access to literally heads of state of first world countries at the click of a button and never have any repercussions, right? Like that, yeah, how the fuck are you gonna do that defensively? I just don't know, right? And I'm not making a moral statement here. Like, I don't really give a shit whether you do offense or defense. I just don't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to like the hardliners who are like really anti-intelligence and whatever. Personally, I don't mind intelligence. I think it's usually a better option than military action. But it's still definitely ripe with corruption and abuse and fucked up things, just like everything else in the world. Government has to force companies to invest in security at risk of losing their business licenses. The problem is you just can't do that because literally nobody is capable of doing security, right? Like, in terms of like absolute security, nobody can do it. And thus, how do you... The only way that I could see like government policy working for security would effectively be like, you need to have some bar. And that's kind of how I view it right now. Obviously, it's not like an official policy, but effectively, Microsoft could not really lose a lawsuit if they got absolutely fucked by some security issue, or they fucked customers because of some security issue, because they are doing more or equal to basically all of the other people who are good at doing security anyways. So like in a court, how would that work? Like how would they be like, oh, you didn't do your due diligence of security? And it's like, bro, by like percent revenue, we spend more than all but 3 companies in the world at security. The fuck you want us to do, right? Like how can you make policy based around something that literally nobody is capable of doing, right? It's really more about, are you doing more than your peers? And if you're doing more than your peers, then it kind of doesn't matter. Right? I know that's fucked up, but that's like just the reality. And users don't care. Like, users aren't going to buy a certain device because it's more secure. In fact, users often hate security features, like when Windows 11 came out and required TPMs and other security modules on a system and different configurations in the BIOS. I think like requiring virtualization so they can run everything in Hyper-V and stuff. People hate that. People actively hate it, right? Like, it's just, dude, I don't know how you win that game in defense. I'm sorry. And as someone who was in big tech, it was extremely difficult to try to get anyone to do what you would have done offensively. Like, because I did offensive work, and then I went to big tech. And then I'd bring up, like, hey, we should look at these things, or we should invest into making a tool like this, or we should build on this. And pretty much always the answer is like, yeah, you can do that, but you're gonna have to be justifying it the entire fucking time, like on a weekly or monthly basis or quarterly basis. And it's like, some things require research that can fail. And you kind of can't really fail at tech companies because you have to do like quarterly statuses, reports, and whatever. And if you say like, yeah, I tried out something for the past 6 months and it didn't work out, so I'm going on to the next thing, they're going to be like, holy shit, you didn't contribute. Obviously, that's very specific to your org, your boss, your managers, whoever's like willing to take up that slack, or your ability to bullshit or lie about what you're working on, or the ability for you to emphasize the things that people do care about, or twist the narrative of whatever you're doing is actually really important because X, Y, or Z. But at the end of the day, like, you're not actually doing what you think is correct. You're playing a game. I've ranted about it a lot, and I do hate that aspect. And a lot of it is because I'm not good at playing that game, right? I'm a little too socially unique to effectively work in an environment like that. Status reports on R&D and research is weird. Yeah, I mean, obviously you probably have a little bit more flexibility in those security research roles than you do in like a normal software engineering role, but it's definitely not like an open-ended research role, right? You're gonna have deadlines. Like when I joined Microsoft, there was a team that was focused on like basically going really wide and doing a lot of audits, and I think they had like 1 or 2 weeks per attack surface. And they would look at major attack surfaces that like wormable bugs happen and exist in. And it's like, oh, you have 2 weeks. Which is like 1 week is enough time to maybe get it fucking building. So you basically don't get to do anything. And it just sucks. And it's really hard to communicate that to people who have only been in defense, right? Like, I don't know. It's important to note that my past offensive experience happened to be at some of the best offensive groups in the world at the times where they happen to have like the right people around. So my perspective is so fucking warped because there's plenty of people who could have gone and done offensive work and it sucked big ass. And I was very lucky in that when I was working where I was working, and the stage I was in my career and my life and my interest in certain things happened to line up. And that's kind of not a fair judgment of the rest of the world, right? So, are you going to B-Side Seattle? Do you go to conferences anymore? I have no plans to go to B-Side Seattle. I've never really gone to a Seattle conference. Really, the only conferences I enjoyed going to were, I really liked Recon in Montreal, which I haven't been to since COVID started, and Infiltrate in Miami, which no longer happens anymore. But those are my favorite 2 conferences, and I think Offensive Con is probably the closest you could get to Infiltrate, but it still has its own flavor and culture. And I would say typically, I have never been to a European, well, I've been to like 1 European conference. So obviously I'm going based on what I see in communications and chat rooms and like online communities. But European groups seem to be like way more staunchly like GNU EFF types. And that's not necessarily a negative, like if that's what you like, you do you. But they often have more of the like security absolutist perfectionist, all governments are evil kind of things. Like, obviously DEF CON has like the spot the Fed sort of shit. And you'll find, especially at the big conferences, you'll find a lot like that. But I feel like the European conferences have way more of that. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Yeah, way more politics is I guess what it is. And I don't mean to knock it if this is the kind of person that you are, but I find it like really cringe when people are doing like the elevator hacking or like the stunt hacking things where it's like, we hacked into something that literally nobody gives a shit about securing, and thus the world is going to fall apart. And it's like, dude, I know that a lot of it is like trying to feel good about effectively how much power and impact you have, of like the knowledge I have and the things I can do are so impactful that I could make all ATMs spit out money in the world. And it's important to note that I'm not shit-talking like those talks. I'm not shit-talking, like those talks are entertainment. And if those are good speakers, those are fantastic talks. Like a Deviant Olem, if I'm saying that name right. Those talks are so fucking good. And that work is often relevant to like physical pen testing sort of things. But when you get into a group of just like random people that are sitting around talking about like how security is like the most pressing issue in the world, it just, no one actually gives a shit. And I know I'm just being a doomer, and like, I know that's just not proactive to like conversation. But it just comes off as delusional. There's a small problem with your mic. Happens every minute or so. I imagine that's because I'm live streaming from the camera and every once in a while it has to like resync or something, and it probably just does it with jumping. So, anyways, I'll catch up on chat. I don't know. I feel like when I'm on like Twitch, I definitely come off as a lot more negative than I am in person. I feel like most people I meet in real life enjoy the time they spend with me. And that's because most people I hang out with are just like more normal people. Like the people I like hanging out with at security conferences are usually just people who know they're good at something and usually have a decent idea of both the economic value of that, the perceived economic value of their work, and the like impact of their work on the world. And that's it. And you don't have these like crazy discussions about these things. It's like, I don't know. It's weird. You get a lot of those vibes from like the big conferences like DEF CON. I imagine CCC is similar. CCC sounds like it's a better conference. I'm not sure. I've never been to it. But yeah, I don't know. It really goes for anything. It's not just security. It's like whenever someone is convinced that like they're the be all end all of the world, it's just like, bro, nobody gives a shit. Like, at the end of the day, your impact on the world is so fucking tiny, regardless of if you're some crazy fucking revolutionary thinker, because you're probably, like, 4 years out from someone having the same fucking idea anyways, right? Like, we see this a lot in science, where it's, like, a lot of old science, it's like, we don't really know who actually invented that, because, like, two people kind of came up with it at the same time. And I think that's just the reality. Like, when I do exploit stuff, I will often find other people who have found the same exploits that I've found and have written the same exploit techniques for those bugs. And it's like, it's everyone's standing on the shoulders of giants, and society and the conversations that people are actively having kind of dictate the creativity and the paths that people explore, and I don't know, it feels like most things are pretty fucking inevitable. CCC goes too much into politics for my liking. Yeah, I've noticed that, but I've also never been there, so I'm not gonna knock it. And also, there's no problem being into politics. Like, there's people who go to these conferences to discuss security policy, like government security policy and stuff. And I know a lot of people who started off doing offensive work or defensive work or technical work and have gone into policy roles or managerial roles. And those positions are relevant and important and discussions that need to happen. They're just conversations I don't give a fuck about. Two people came up with that idea at the same time, and then people discover lost notes of the third person ranting about it 10 years ago. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I'm trying to tone down the expectations of myself and the world to just like, it's okay to be an individual that your family and friends enjoy being around, and you build other people up, and you know your neighbors. Like, you don't have to be fundamentally solving the world's problems, because when you talk about fundamentally solving those problems, it just comes off as you being fucking delusional or being short-sighted or being oblivious to how the world works. In the same way that I can't fucking stand AI tech bros because for some reason they think that, like, that's where the problems are in the world, when they're just not. It's just not. Like, even if we had AGI tomorrow, it's still not that big of a fucking deal. I know that's, like, the craziest thing to tech people to hear, because their view is, like, once AGI happens, the world is solved. But that's just not where the problems lie. Some problems lie there. And I'd argue the reason, like, ChatGPT is successful is not because of technological breakthroughs. It's just because we found something that AI is good at. And that's it. In the same way that, like, when people have algorithmic breakthroughs and you can now compute something, it's like, great. We found that computers are great at tabulation and organizing data and storing things for us. But, like, it's a use case. That's one of the main reasons why I think AGI just won't happen with, like, neural nets or modern design of neural nets, because I think it's just so... It's such a... I just think it's so inaccurate to just assume that you can continue the growth of AI infinitely to the point that it's AGI. Like, it's just not how things work, in my opinion. I had a lot of Christmas conversations about this. Yeah. Yeah, it's just really weird, man. Like, once again, it's kind of the same thing as security people. It's like, to me, the only thing that makes sense in my head, and once again, I don't understand the motivations, and I also, and this is like the fucked up, like, no free will perspective I have on reality, I think a lot of people don't really know why they believe or like certain paths or things. But I feel like a lot of the reason people are really into AI is they understand tech enough to, like, understand it, and they want it to be the thing that changes the world, because then they can effectively have the power of being a 100x person, of they're able to make an AI or a neural net that can do the jobs of hundreds or thousands of people, and they are now, you know, gods, and it's just not how the world works, man. It's just not how it works. It's just so delusional. It's so hard for me to communicate why it bothers me because I don't understand even remotely why there is the hype. I don't know. It's just weird. Same with like crypto. It's like, at the end of the day, I haven't really met any crypto people whose deep down rooted intentions aren't just, I will make a lot more money. And that's it. It's like, oh, blockchain, and you can decentralize and get rid of governments and solve these things. And it's like, no, you just want the number to go up for you. That's like it. You might buy into it so that you convince yourself that like these things are what are going to change the world so that you will make a lot of money. But like dude, it's just not, no. It's just no. It validates them despite their lack of knowledge. Yeah, and I don't want to necessarily say it like that because that kind of belittles people's knowledge. I think the big perspective that I have, or at least am trying to convince myself that I have, I don't know, it's hard to differentiate the two at times, is just that like people take in information, like basically everyone's eyes and ears, except for if you're blind or deaf, are taking in the same fucking sensory information as everyone else. And I think it's really weird to think that, like, for some reason, fundamentally, the information you're absorbing is, like, the ground truth, and the other viewpoints and perspectives of people are just literally wrong. When in reality, everyone is very fucking wrong. A good example is like Veritasium style like YouTube content where it's like so obviously a fucking advertisement or like maybe not even him thinking it's an advertisement or wanting it to be an advertisement, but it's like it was like a year in September or something. It's like all of a sudden everyone was talking about like that one company doing fusion work, and it's like all the top fucking 10 science YouTubers released a video on it, all in parallel within like the same week. And it's like, oh wow, you all had a contract with a date. Sick. And then I just can't take any of it seriously. Like, it's just money. At the end of the day, it's just fucking money. Okay? The motivation is just money. All right? In the same way that, like, I'm morally okay with offensive security work because I make a lot of money doing offensive security work. And to people who have never made money doing offensive security work, it's very easy to say, like, it is objectively bad and morally wrong to do offensive work. And it's like, well, maybe there's a gray area there. I don't know. Maybe offensively getting into someone's phone allows you to not drone strike them because you actually found out that they're actually a civilian. But it could also do the opposite thing where you get some shit fucking p-hacked intelligence data and you end up drone striking them anyways. Right? Like, dude, it's just people. It's just people doing random shit at the end of the day. Okay? Stop thinking you have some absolute morality or truth. You fucking don't. Remember back when room temperature supercomputing was a thing for 2 weeks and all the AI and crypto bros suddenly became material physics experts on Twitter? Yeah. Yeah. All right, chat. We've ranted for an hour. I'm going to go heat up some food. I'm going to take my tablet with me. You'll be able to hear me. I'm going to go heat up some food. Then we can rant and eat, and then we can get to making some content. Are your glasses too short? Yes, they are. They fit my face width-wise, but they're too short. I just got them, so I ordered a that is a larger size, but the same style, and I'm going to take the tines that go behind your ear off of those. So I'll have the narrow frames, but with the longer things, and hopefully they fit up on the seams, and I think they will. I think it's unlikely that the molds are much different at like the temples. But yes, they are. Thanks for noticing. I'm not self-conscious at all about it. Today we're gonna have some Indian food, some masala. It's pretty good. I got it from a different place than I normally get. And last time I got it, it was like really good, and this time it's kind of bland, but it's food. All right, chat, tell me about your day. How did you like that rant? Was that a good rant? Am I gonna get fucking YouTube because they say research is the worst thing in the world and all governments are bad and evil? We've already had a full hour of content. Shit. He's gonna forge new frames. Yeah, I mean, if they're like a millimeter off at the temples, I'm just gonna probably like sand and polish down so they fit. That's unfortunate because this is the right width for my face in terms of like fitment on the narrowness, but for some reason these have particularly short length. Getting audio drops? It's because I'm standing next to the microwave. So now I'm not standing next to the microwave. I imagine this is on either 2.4 gigahertz or some harmonic nearby. It is 470 megahertz. I don't know. There's probably, I mean, at the end of the day, a microwave is just very radio loud regardless of frequency. Hopefully it's not too bad. I'm kind of standing away from the microwave now. But I am going to have to go and manage the microwave. There's some good shorts in this rant. Yeah. Call all the hot takes and make sure that you remove all the context. Yeah, and off and food. How many of you stir the food that you're heating up in the microwave the correct amount? How many of you like stirred at the last minute like once? Because it comes out so much better if you constantly stir it like every 30 seconds. But sometimes it's just a lot of work, you know? Ooh, this one is the, looks like this is the lamb curry. Finally caught up after watching the rant in 2X. Amazing takes. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious of other people's perspectives of what you agree with and disagree with from my rants. I love hearing other people's perspectives. It's important to understand when I say that, like, nobody fucking understands how it works or what's happening or has absolute morals, that also applies to me. I also am going to justify whatever the fuck I do. If I enjoy doing something, I'm going to find a way to justify that what I'm doing is okay, all right? Just like anyone else will. Depends, but I do it every 30 to 60 seconds. That's pretty damn good. What about nuke it and let it cool with no stirring? I don't know if you can do that. Stir at least once in the middle. I think once in the middle is probably average. I definitely, as a kid, would just not stir stuff at all because I was too lazy. And I didn't want to do the math of dividing the time down by 2. But I have a microwave that's like fairly low powered. So I have to kind of adapt. It's a 1 kilowatt microwave instead of the like 1400 watt that's like slightly more common here in the US. One struck off and wrong, and I gotta adapt. rebuild stream when? I imagine that my microwave is weak because I have it plugged into a 120 volt 15 amp circuit. And I don't know how efficient magnetrons are. But I imagine that you kind of... I don't know. Maybe all microwaves use that? I don't know if microwaves normally have like dedicated special that's 2 volts, like a 20 amp. Are we gonna do a run through of the lathe today? Maybe I can actually talk about the lathe because the stream doesn't come. I mean, the stream hasn't had any problems, has it? Other than the random audio here and there, which like that's gonna happen, right? It's a live feed. There's gonna be desyncs and asyncs that will probably have like a random stutter. In fact, the video will probably drop every few seconds. It will probably drop a frame or two if you're looking like frame by frame at 60 FPS. I can't believe I'm getting 60 FPS. Okay, because all of the docs in the software says it literally only 30, and for some reason, it just literally works. So if I'm like relying on some undefined behavior, I do have to do like some weird mode switches on the camera before it actually outputs the image correctly, but I just assume that's a bug in the software itself and not like doing something that's causing it to bypass that restriction. But yeah, it's really surprising. I don't know why they don't talk about the fact that this can do 4K 60 if it can do 4K 60, because I feel like that's a pretty big selling point. Also, I can't remember if I ever plugged in the camera. If I didn't plug in the camera here, probably pretty soon. I know I plugged in the charger, but I don't know if I actually plugged the charger into the camera. I think I did, though. Alright, heating up the rice, and then we're almost ready to eat. Add a stirring utility to the microwave. Stirs as it turns. Yeah, you just need to have a stir bar. Have a magnetic stir bar in the microwave. That should just be standard. They're pretty efficient, all things considered. Huh. I mean, they definitely have to be at least like 50% efficient, I think. I actually don't know what... I don't know what... When a microwave says it's 1 kilowatt, does that mean that it consumes 1 kilowatt of power from the wall? Or does that mean that it is bombarding the food with 1 kilowatt worth of RF energy? I think it's output. That's what I would expect as well. Which means that if I'm getting a kilowatt, then it's at least like 60-70% efficient, which is pretty damn. One way to put some water in the microwave and boil it. Take like 2 seconds to do that measurement. Okay. Got here. Needs a little bit more temperature. Okay. I hate getting food on stream yet, but I do have to eat today. I'm sorry. I'm still morally opposed to offensive work. So I end up doing blockchain security for money and doing interesting offensive work in my free time. Yeah, I mean, that's totally fine. Somehow you can cope with the fact that like 99% of blockchain and crypto work is just to drain money out of suckers. But that, whatever. No, I'm not giving you too much shit. But that is my view of crypto. I genuinely do think crypto is just a paid banks. just like meant the polar opposite of crypto, but it just turns out that it's like the best way to do fraud. Oh, fuck, this is splashing everywhere. God fucking damn it. I've never done crypto security stuff or blockchain security or Ethereum contracts or whatever. I know it pays really good money. So, kind of haven't met anyone who's really passionate about it, which is one thing that concerns me. Because I've thought about trying it out, or like between contracts or something, maybe try and do an audit or something, or like if I really wanted to commit, I could try and establish myself as like having fuzzers for insert blockchain language or shit here. But I don't know. Let's make sure the food's hot. I should have probed it before. It's hot, hot, hot. It's hot. All right, chat, we're ready to eat. The fuck is a kilometer? It's 1,000 feet. It's 1,000 feet. That's what it is. Food ASMR, let's go. Yeah, now we get to talk with chat and hang out, talk about a project. All right, see? See, that wasn't too bad. All right. 1,000 feet, that's just OnlyFans. Yeah, blockchain is pretty morally questionable as well, but researching the cores of blockchains themselves are actually not that boring. Some of the state-of-the-art crypto and distributed systems research, yeah. There's definitely interesting problems there. Oh. All right. So, let's take this off the lathe, the lathe. And unfortunately, this component, this tailstock piece that we're going to be looking at today, it has a bolt that goes through to the bottom. And due to that, it's very hard to set on a table because it has a bolt sticking out. So, we're going to kind of set it between these two tables here. And we'll give you a little rundown as to how it works and what it does. All right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And that's not enough space. God damn it. And there goes my shims. Okay. Let's, so we had one thou in the back. Remember this, chat. We had one thou in the back, and then in the front, looks like we had a 15, 16, 17 thou. What kind of magic mic is that? It only picks up talk and no eating? Really? Because I don't have it silencing or compressing or anything. Did some substrate work? Hated it a lot. What's substrate? What a nice idea. Let's do a transactional sounding thing with non-atomic operations. Oh. That sounds lame. You using RTX voice? No. 1,000 feet in a kilometer. There's 3 feet in a meter. What do you mean? I blame NIST and the American government. It's hot, chat. Food looks delicious. Yeah, I put the sauce too spread out. I like having the sauce separate from the rice, and then I mix it as I eat it, rather than have it soak in. But other than that, I did a fine job. Cobol. How many Cobol devs do we have in chat? Looks so delicious behind the metal thing. Well, this is the tailstock. This is what we're going to be working on today. You got to get excited about it. Are you using Roman or British feet? Well, Roman feet, obviously. I'm not letting the British imperialize my fucking measuring. Metal thing looks delicious too. Yeah. She's pretty delicious. What is that machine for? This is the tailstock of the lathe that's used to hold like a drill or what's called like a live or a dead center, which allows you to have another point that your workpiece can mount up against, and that way you can have like a long piece that's between two different points instead of having it held cantilever from just one side. Any luck with the relative measurements of the arm the tail moves on? I don't necessarily know what you mean there. I've taken some measurements. Actually, I need to go get my measuring book. I'll go get my measuring book. Oh, that food hits the spot. Oh, yeah. See? I have the transmitter in low power mode, so it'll probably cut out more, but the battery life lasts like twice as long. Okay, that's still damp. Still a little damp. That's alright. Put it in there and just let it go. Woo! Alright. Got the measuring book. Alright. What kind of stuff do you build in your workshop? Yeah, kind of nothing right now. I'm just trying to improve the machines. Right now, they're not accurate enough for my taste. So I'm working on improving the accuracy, kind of rebuilding the machines. And then, once that happens, then I'll be free to do not improving the accuracy of the machines. He builds piles of metal shavings. I do need to get a good scrap metal, like, bin. Investigate LK99. I'm gonna make LK69. I don't understand why people thought that was real when it came out. Like, that really made me question the scientific literacy of the media. I was really confused. Like, people have to understand that's not how things work, right? I don't know. It was weird. Definitely had a lot of discussions about it. I do have a bit of a question. Does it make sense to adjust the tailstock before having a straight bedway? Yes, because then I can use my lathe now. But yeah, you have to re-scrape it in once you do the bedway. But I imagine I will need my lathe to be able to work on long parts as part of the rebuild process. So I'm really kind of just bootstrapping. I'm building my stage 1 compiler toolchain. I think there's still ongoing discussion about the capabilities of LK99 in a thin film, but the original report was nonsense. Yeah. It's just like, I don't know. The media reporting on science is like the most cringe fucking thing ever. Especially when the academics are willing to talk to the press. Because academics sometimes don't communicate their work very well. My nose is running. I'm gonna go blow my nose. But yeah, the whole LK99 stuff was pretty interesting. I liked how that one guy was like live streaming trying to make it. I don't know. To me, it just came off as like not good science. In reality, breakthroughs just don't really happen. So if you think that you're like doing a breakthrough, you're probably not. You probably have measurement error or bias, or you're underestimating or you're extrapolating like a 1 atom thick sheet property to the properties of a 1 centimeter thick contiguous thing. Have you ever seen the channel Primitive Technology on YouTube? This guy is building a stage minus 420 of the compiler. I have seen maybe 1 or 2 of the videos, probably mainly clips that like went viral. Not really my cup of tea in terms of content, but it is really cool. And it's important to understand that like when you make breakthroughs, it's usually not a surprise, right? Like when the LHC saw the Higgs boson, like it was a breakthrough in that they observed it, but it wasn't like a breakthrough in that like 3 random people solved a physics problem. So it like, I don't know. Once again, it's really fucked up to think that for some reason your human effort is way better than everyone else's human effort. So at the end of the day, like, if you think that you and your buddies over the course of 2 years did something new and novel, you probably fucking didn't. Like, basically to push the limits of modern tech, you probably have to put in 10 times the money or energy or research or whatever. You're not just gonna have like random people solving something, in my opinion. It does happen, don't get me wrong. But it's not like, it's not really a thing that you can plan for. That's my favorite part, when you have these like random fucking tech bros who did web dev for like 2 weeks. It was too hard for them. So then they talked to their dad, and their dad gave him like $10 million to start a venture capital firm. And then they start a venture capital firm. They invest in like 2 companies that like passively exist. And then they go on like fucking CNBC, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna build a fusion reactor. And then they get infinite money. And then they don't build a fusion reactor. You know. Alright, gonna wash the dish, blow my nose, and I'll be right back. We can party and hang out and, you know, make content. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Some good nose blowing ASMR. All right. And there we go. Now we're ready to party. See, that wasn't that bad, Chad. I don't know why I hate eating on stream. What's your day job? I find bugs in software for a living. Are you doing dishes in the shop sink? You think I have a shop sink, dude? I wish, but I don't. I got a Hershey's bar here. I hate Hershey's bars, but I need some sugar with the meal. Okay. Haber-Bosch? Oh, the Haber process for the Haber process, the fertilizer stuff, right? Is that Haber? Where are they from? I've seen statues of them in like some Midwestern state. I don't know if they're from the Midwest or if the Midwest. If you're not familiar with the U.S., if you're like a Europore, the Midwest is a pretty farming-centric area in the U.S., and so I could see them just paying homage to their farmer overlords. Okay, slide that on like so. Bink, 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 bink. Ammonia production? Fritz Haber was born in Germany? Oh, let me guess. He was born in Germany in the 20s and 30s and then came to the U.S. in the 40s or something like that? I'm going to clean up this other table so I can put a tablet over here. All right, zoomed out. I've got a table over here. This is like my lathe table. It's just right by the lathe. And it's where I keep all the like tools and stuff. But right now, I don't have enough room to fit the tablet here, so we're gonna fix that. How's the video quality? Is there a big difference between YouTube and Twitch? There should be, but in reality, sometimes after a bunch of encoding and all sorts of things, the the differences start to kind of dwindle and decumulate. All right. Died before World War II? Oh, okay. How old was he? Did he have a good full life? I hope he did. But knowing most researchers, he probably had a traumatic shit life. YouTube is better, but a couple seconds behind Twitch. Yeah, Twitch is in low latency mode, and YouTube is in maximum quality mode because YouTube is going to be YouTube is going to directly get save this stream to a VOD, and it was not happy. YouTube was not happy ingesting 4K 60 at 50 megabit in low latency mode, which I can't imagine why. Alright, we can take these and put them away. We can take this drift and put it away. We'll leave the indicator here. Leave that here, this here. Bam. Bam. Some random scrap. That's good. I imagine those wrenches are pretty important. So we'll keep those wrenches around. Whoop. Got an indicator. And some random schleem here. Okay. Got another chuck key. I've got like 10 fucking chuck keys over here. This. Don't really need this. Yeah, I think we've made enough room for a tablet. Let's just clean that off a bit. Okay, the drift goes here. Everything else goes in here. Electrical goes in the electrical drawer. Holy shit, we're organized, chat. 2 hours into the stream, we're still cleaning off shit, okay? Relax. Relax, all right? Brrrr. How loud is that compressor? All right. Table is clean. Not loud enough? Lower than your talking voice? Yeah, so that compressor is right here. Literally right here. Isn't that wild? These are like the quietest compressors you can get. They're not expensive or anything. And yeah. That's pretty nifty. It's wild that you can even hear me when the compressor's running and I'm literally 3 feet from it. So there's an ad for that compressor. Isn't that fucking crazy? It's pretty nuts. That curry cleaned out my sinuses. Which is good because I was in New York a couple weeks ago and I came back and I was sick with something. So I'm still kind of recovering. I still like take a little bit of time to wake up in the morning and clean out, which is annoying. Okay. All right. Good old New York flag. Hashtag sponsored, yeah. I need to get like a reel and stuff. So right now, let's loosen that just a smidge. So I just put in this heater. So the heater's new. That's I think a 4 kilowatt heater. It's plugged in right here. It uses I forget what this is called, but it's a 240 volt, 20 amp circuit, and it's the same circuit that I run for my milling machine. So the milling machine, I put in this conduit, put in this circuit for this L620 connector, and these are just connected on the same thing. So right now, if I put the milling machine under load, I'd probably trip the breaker. But I didn't want to run anything, and I needed to get heat in the garage, and that was going to be the easiest way that I could get another 20 amp circuit without really any effort. So I also have a 30 amp circuit for the lathe, and I bought another heater, so I'm going to have a heater on each one, and I'm just going to turn off the heater of whatever machine I'm running. Eventually, I'll probably run a dedicated outlet or whatever. I've got my respirator here, which is fantastic. It's kind of just mounted randomly on the wall on a hook, like a bike hook. But this fucking thing, dude, this thing is so good. I can't tell you how amazing this is. So, putting on, and it's a mask. And then it hooks up to this battery pack, which has a big filter on it. It's going to fog up if it's not running. And this sucks in external air, filters it, and then blows it through here. So it's a positive pressure respirator, mask, or whatever you want to call it. And it's got a hard hat. So hard hat, face shield, and air in there. I use that like all the time for random shit. It's really, 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 really nice. So that is technically what you need if you have a beard, because if you have a beard, you can't get a seal with a normal respirator. So like OSHA requirements are going to have a requirement where you have to have a positive pressure. So you'll probably need to rebuild the regulator on it someday, and the quality isn't great. Yeah, the regulator is fucking terrible on that. I actually broke the original one off of the, so we're talking about the regulator on this. So I broke the regulator off on it, on the first one I had, or it came broken. Like when I got it, the casting, this was just shattered off of this, like, honestly, I think it's cast zinc. And I think I have that up here if I can dig it out. Yeah, so here's the, there's definitely a mouse who's been up there. So I've got the old regulator. So this is the bar that sits behind here, and the gauge sits on here, regulator on here, your outputs, and your other gauge here. So basically the pressure comes in through the top here, and you have your gauge here to show the pressure on the tank, and the regulator, and then you have another gauge over here to say the pressure on the outlet side of the regulator. And yeah, this is, I think it's cast zinc. Unless that's cast aluminum, and it's like the worst casting I've ever seen. But it's a dog shit casting. But the compressor itself, the motor's really good. I have the like automatic. It'll exhaust out the tank every once in a while to get rid of water that builds up. So water will build up in these tanks, and then you'll rust out the tank, and then you'll end up having a hole in the tank, and then your tank explodes and you die. So Yeah, the regulator's really shit. I kind of just set it once, and I'm never going to fuck with it again. I actually put my own safety valve on it because I didn't trust theirs, so I bought one, a nice safety valve. But effectively, what I'm probably going to do is, these pressure gauges are mediocre. I'm probably just going to make my own. So ultimately, I have a tube that comes out from the tank, and it has just a standard fitting, or I could put a new fitting on it. It's just a standard size tube. So I have a tube out from the tank, and I can just buy a manifold, right? I could remove this front panel. Well, it's actually welded on, but I could buy a manifold or work up a manifold and put like a proper like $100 like industrial regulator, get some nice gauges that are good, a good safety valve, and I can just do everything up. Because ultimately, I have a tube out from the tank, and I can build everything else out myself. So, you sound decent in the helmet too? Yeah, that's actually why I bought this mic. I bought this mic so I could have it underneath the helmet there. Because whenever I do grinding or oils or paints or really anything anytime I have something aerosolized or particulate in the air, I use that. It's quite well used actually, and it's so cool. So this one is the this one has the filter that's like spec'd for acid environments. So it's a very, very, very strong filter. To the point I literally could be working in an environment with like aerosolized fucking acid, and I would be fine in that. So what's really cool is that you can't smell anything in there. So like when you're like walking around or something, or you're working with oil and you take the mask off, you're like, holy shit, I didn't realize how much it reeked in here, or whatever you're doing. It's really, really nice. I actually have another one for welding as well, but I don't have a welder yet. But I bought the mask because I wanted to make sure they were compatible and kind of the same generation. But I haven't spec'd out what I want for a welder yet. But I also got one for welding, and they're just really nice. I mean, obviously they're expensive, but I like my eyes and my lungs, and I'm new to this stuff. So yeah, same thing. So hard hat, the vent, and then this has like some sort of this like skirt that goes around the helmet and it's, you know, flame proof or whatever. And then it has the mask, and I got whatever speed glass was like the nicest one I could find reviews for. But I don't know how to weld. And then if you flip up the outside, you have just the normal clear like the other ones, so you just have this on top. So really cool setup, always ventilated and everything. So I do take that stuff fairly seriously in my garage because I don't want to fuck myself up. So, but yeah, the reason that I have that is because of Cutting Edge Engineering Australia. If you don't watch that channel, you should. Fantastic heavy machinery, machining, a lot of lathe work, some milling. But he wears one of those, and that's where I saw it, and I'm like, oh, I'll get the same thing. And it works great. It works way better, and it's comfy. Like, I've worn that for probably 6 or 7 hour sessions in the garage, and no problem whatsoever. Since it's positive pressure, it never gets warm or moist or really anything. You always have fresh air, so it's really good. People underestimate the need for a respirator a lot. Yeah, whenever I'm out here in the garage and like maybe I'm running a grinder or something, and I go back inside and I blow my nose and there's like gray dust in my nostrils, I'm always like, God fucking damn it, why didn't I have my respirator on? Right? What brand is it? It's 3M. It's a 3M VersaFlow. I forget which model this is with the hard hat integrated. It's like a slightly higher line to have the hard hat. Honestly, when I bought it, I didn't know that you could get them without the hard hat, so I just got this one. Because I don't really need a hard hat in here. I don't have really anything overhead. But yeah, it's really good, and the filter on there is insanely nice. My only complaint is the battery pack. The battery pack screws into it with a like really small like 4mm Allen key or hex, and it means that you can't put it on without a tool. Like you can't take the battery off, charge it, and then put it back on without a tool. So I'm probably gonna just buy or make a thumb screw for it. I imagine that that's for like OSHA reasons or something, is like you can't have something that could easily get bumped and have the battery fall off, because if the battery falls off, the pump stops running and you're no longer respirating. So I don't know, but for home shop use, I'd be fine with a thumb screw, so I'm just gonna probably put one of those on there. Holy shit, that's definitely professional price. Yes. You'll find that, I'm not really working in a low budget shop. The contracts that I get in here to do the machining work that I do pay so fucking well that I get all the shit that I want. But yeah, you kind of can't really go cheap on a positive pressure system. They don't really exist. I looked around for like cheaper alternatives, and they're just not convenient, or they're too bulky, or the battery's not gonna last long, or it's just low quality, or it doesn't have a welding mask that's compatible, all sorts of things. So yeah, my contracts are great too. Yeah. IRC, we have the normal 3M VersaFlow PAPRs at the hospital I'm at. They're nice when you can actually get a hold of them. Yeah, so these masks are, from what I've heard from people in industry, obviously I'm not in industry, usually you like fight for those. Like, you try to smooth talk your boss so that you get one of those and you don't have to wear a normal like strap over the head mask, or your job site has 5 available and the first 5 people in get them, because they just, even though they're big and bulky compared to like a normal mask, you can wear them all day. They're completely comfortable. You can adjust all of the head straps. It's like a hard hat, and you have all the different straps so you can adjust it to fit and sit on your head real comfy and stuff. So it's really nice. When do we light the candle as on the coding streams? I don't have a candle out here. You're just tuning in. Have we had a good rant session yet? Yeah, no rants yet today. Someone's gonna have to get us started on a rant, I guess. How did you get into all this machinery? Mainly just YouTube. I saw machining content probably in like 2013 or 2014, so like 10 years ago. And I've followed it a lot. Like, I don't know. I've watched like all of the top machining content from probably like the top 5 channels that do machining work. I've watched basically every video, and I watch all of them as they come out, and I've always really liked it. So when I was a kid, I wanted to be a builder. I had a little workbench, and I would build. I had a Dremel. So when I was like 8 years old or 7 years old, I got a Dremel for a birthday present or a Christmas gift. And if you've never used a Dremel, I don't know if they call them Dremels in Europe or whatever. Let me see if I can find it. Do I have it? Out and about. But it's just a small, where would that be? I'm actually curious. I've definitely used it out here. It's probably just in one of the storage boxes because I don't really use it often. But it's just a really small rotary tool that spins to high RPM. It's like what you'd see at a nail salon when hanging up at all the desks for people getting their nails done and stuff. I don't know. But I was gifted a Dremel when I was a kid, so I would make my own lockpicks. So I would take jigsaw blades, and I don't think I have any jigsaw blades. So if you don't know what a jigsaw blade is, get fucked. So I would we'll pan up a bit here, I guess. So I would take jigsaw blades, and I would shape them into lockpicks. So jigsaw blades you can get in a variety of thicknesses. Usually they're a little on the thicker side, and I would just grind them down by hand. I'd put them in my vise and I'd grind them down by hand to make lockpicks, and then I'd go and make a tension wrench out of like a street sweeper bristle and stuff. So that was always kind of funny to do, but yeah, when I was a kid, I always just loved building shit. I remember I'd have like friends over, and I don't know, to impress them or some cringe shit, I would just be like, "Oh, you want to like cut metal and we can have sparks going everywhere and stuff," and like I'd just cut fucking nails in half or something. So I've always had some sort of desire to do machining and building and stuff, but I didn't really know how things got machined until I was, I don't know, probably 20, when I like saw machining content on YouTube. And then I've done a lot of work on my car. So I have a Lotus, which I haven't worked on in like 4 years now, and it isn't running. But I have like a bunch of different engines here. You actually probably can't see them just due to the angle, but I've got like 4 or 5 engine blocks over here. And so I just was really enjoying kind of doing the mechanical work, but I wanted to be able to fabricate and build components for my car really bad. And so I was like, shit, maybe I'll try and get into machining. Maybe I'd enjoy it. So I bought on a whim, I bought a drill press, and a fairly heavy-duty drill press, and that's over there. So I got this drill press, and effectively I turned it into a very crude milling machine. So I got an XY table that I attached on there. You can see right now there's an ER32 collet adapter in there. And what I did is it was kind of a really fun process actually, is I drilled into the spindle of the drill press and I installed a drawbar. So I put it was really funny. I got some threaded rod. I drilled into the spindle using the drill press itself. So it was kind of like a lathe where I basically mounted on the table. I mounted a static drill bit that was facing up into the drill press, and then I used the drill press to literally drill into itself. And I drilled it out, and then I tapped it out, and then I installed a drawbar. So I very lightly threaded it in there, and then I used the drawbar on it to put an external hex on another drawbar, and then I swapped out the drawbar with a hex. So if I take that ER32 adapter off, I actually have a hex on that drawbar. So who fucking knows if I could ever get the drawbar out. But I put a hex on it so I can put a socket up there and try and get the drawbar out to remove it so I can return it back to its original style. So, and that, ever since I did that, never had a problem. I've never had a tool come out, something fall out, never blew a bearing or had issues, and I was able to machine things to like a thou tolerances on that, which is pretty cool. So I bought that mainly to experiment with whether or not I would get into machining. So I bought that. It was probably a $1,000 drill press, and I did a bunch of work on it, and basically the goal was to figure out if I would actually build stuff on it and use it and machine stuff and try things out. And I did. I enjoyed doing that. So then I bought my milling machine here, which is a Bridgeport. So this is a Bridgeport. God, I don't know if it's I think it is a J-head, yeah. I actually don't know why they call it a J-head, but I imagine it's because I have a J on the serial number. So this is a Bridgeport with it's a normal size table. They come in slightly different sizes, but let's see. So it's a 42-inch by 9-inch table, and it's just kind of a standard size Bridgeport. And if you're not familiar with Bridgeports, they're kind of the standard for milling machines. It's what a lot of people in the US use, and it's what a lot of like Taiwanese and Chinese milling machines are cloned after. You'll hear like Bridgeport clone pretty often, but this one's pretty decked out. I kind of have everything on it, so I have a power drawbar, so that takes in air and allows me to basically have tools brought up into the spindle using that. So it's basically it's a pneumatic impact gun installed on top. So I've never even like I've never actually had to put my wrench on a drawbar to get a tool in. It's got I think a 3 or a 4 horsepower motor. Maybe it's 2, but I think it's higher than 2. These would come in, I think, like 1.5 and 2 horsepower, and I think it's slightly more powerful. And then what's really cool is a Bridgeport you can adjust in so many different ways. So you can rotate this whole head around this axis here. So this is all graduated in degrees here. And you can rotate everything, like where it says Bridgeport here, which is probably hard to see, but where it says Bridgeport, you can rotate everything on this plane. You can nod the head, so you can tilt this whole thing so it tilts at an angle, and then you can rotate the head so it can tilt in these angles, and then this ram, you can have it come in and out, so if you need to work on a part that's further out. So basically, you can machine at all sorts of different angles and all sorts of stuff. Obviously, 99% of the time, these are going to be configured square and to the bed of the machine. But this mill is in fantastic shape. I think I just got really lucky, but it's in absurdly good shape. The table has some like weird high spots. It has like a weird wavy pattern to it, but I'm gonna scrape that off. But other than that, it is in really good condition in terms of tolerances and my ability to machine stuff. So, and then I've got a DRO. I've got power feeds on all 3 axes. It's got an ELSR, so I have electronically controlled spindle speed, high and low, and basically it's got all the bells and whistles that you can have on a modernized Bridgeport. So I don't actually know what year this is from. I've never looked up the serial number or figured it out. I've never found like a date code or something, but I'm sure there's a way to look up the serial number to figure that out. So yeah. Let's see. Machining channels, cutting edge engineering, this old Tony, AVE, yeah. Yeah, AVE kind of stopped doing machining content, especially manual machining, which is kind of a shame because I loved his stuff early on, but obviously it's hard to beat cutting edge engineering. I just don't think anyone, well, this old Tony is fantastic, but he doesn't reliably upload content. This old Tony's editing and humor style is fantastic, but Cutting Edge Engineering puts out a video every Friday, well, Aussie time Friday, so sometimes Thursday for us, and it's great. It's him and his wife does all of the editing and shooting, and their editing style and their like brevity is really good. Like I've never really had a Cutting Edge Engineering video where the video has like the shot has gone on too long. Where in a lot of machining videos that will happen where it's like, holy shit, this like speed it up or switch to another cut. Like, by God, this is going on way too long, right? And Cutting Edge Engineering is absolutely fantastic for that. How old of a mill is it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I would imagine it's probably 70s or 80s. Dry, so it's a 2J head, 6175 is the number on that. So 6175 on the head. And then, let's see, nothing on that hatch. And then on the J head, serial number is J153190. So I don't know if that 90 is 1990. I don't know if that's the 31st week of 1990 or if that's literally a sequential serial number. But for a lot of machines, you'll find that people have like lookup guides of how to translate the serial number into a year, so I'm not 100% sure on that. So, yeah. So, Bridgeport, full size. So, Bridgeports are actually quite small machines. They run an R8 taper, so it's a Bridgeport taper. So, here's a chuck. And this is the R8 taper here. So, you have a taper here. You have a small area that's relieved down. This is just slightly thinner in this area, in this black part. And then you have another straight shaft here that's used for some indexing. So basically, this will bear on both of these ground surfaces here inside of the spindle. But it's actually quite a small spindle for a machine of this size and mass. A lot of machines will use a larger spindle, and I think this spindle size is effectively the limiting factor of Bridgeports. Because other than that, they're pretty rigid machines. But here's another reference point. So here's an R8 collet. So a collet would be used to put up into the spindle, and then I'd have the drawbar pull that up in there. And this is a 3 millimeter R8 collet, and just gives you some perspective. I have quite small hands, so this is not large. Let's see, the actual surface there is 1 inch, and I think it actually dimensionally is exactly 1 inch on that surface. So it's quite small, and it doesn't have positive engagement for drive. So it has this slot in here, but that's only for indexing on a small grub screw in the spindle. But it doesn't actually drive through that groove. So that's one of the big complaints of these Bridgeport machines, is just that spindle size. So I do have a full set of collets for the R8 spindle, which are all from Hardinge. These took like probably 3 months to get here. But I have them in both metric and in imperial, and they're just beautiful collets. So Hardinge are like the pinnacle of collets that you can get, and I waited quite a long time to get them. So I have some other Lindex collets that I got in the interim while I was using this, and I used this like easy change, which I probably just ran it too hard. This is from Royal. It's a US-based company. But I kind of had issues with this, and maybe I was just doing too heavy of cuts, but I really don't think I was, and I damaged it a little bit. So there's this easy change tool, which is actually very expensive for kind of how it performed, in my opinion. So it's got this and a way of connecting up into here. It's got some like ball bearings that basically will lock around the adapter, and then here's an ER16 holder for that, and then I have an ER32 holder for that as well. So that's basically all I have for work holding. This is what I initially was using because I had a bunch of ER32 collets already, and I knew that the Hardinge collets were going to take quite a long time to get delivered. So yeah. Actually, these say made in the UK. Shout out to UK manufacturing. Insert clip of the fire extinguisher catching on fire in the IT crowd. So that's what I'm running there. So that's a quick rundown of the milling machine. Today is not a milling video, so we're not going to go into that. Maybe another stream we can go through all the controls and dials and knobs and tunables on that. But today is a lathe day. Okay, so this is my Monarch 10EE. So let's disconnect this. So check this out, chat. You ready? I can detach the camera, and now we can go anywhere. And I just got this all set up. But yeah, we are on the go, and I got the handle on here, which is so nice. So we can go around. Now I'm free-handing the camera. There's the tripod. So I took it off. All I had to do is disconnect this one cable. So this is the power cable for the battery pack, but this battery will last probably about an hour. And now I'm shooting 4K 60, live streaming on the go, without a single cable connected. Isn't that fucking wild, chat? Like, it's just, it's so cool. So this is the lathe. This is a Monarch 10EE. Sorry if you've gone through this already in the last stream, but the last stream kind of was scuffed. So we're going to go over it again. So this is Monarch 10EE. This is a tool room lathe. These were made in the US by a company called Monarch. And these are effectively what built us the way through World War II. So I think there's things online that say that the 10EEs are what the plutonium pits of early atomic bombs were turned on. And I don't know if that's actually true or not, but it very likely could be. So these are tool room lathes, and a tool room lathe is basically usually a slightly higher precision lathe than a traditional lathe would be an engine lathe. And, well, I don't know if an engine lathe... I don't know if a tool room lathe is an engine lathe. I don't know if an engine lathe is like a superset. Whatever. So a tool room lathe is traditionally a little bit higher precision than a normal lathe, and it's going to be designed for the tool room. And a tool room in like a manufacturing plant is typically going to be who is making the dies, making modifications, making things for the machinery that is operating the workshop, right? So this is usually going to be in the hands of kind of some of the specialized, engineers or whatever that are making the tooling that kind of runs the show. So let me catch up on chat. Greetings from Poland. Hey, how's it going? All right, this old Tony is unmatched. Yeah, he is so good. ABomb79 is a good machining channel. Yeah, ABomb79 is fantastic. Obviously, we can all complain about some of his recent content being kind of pay to win, it seems. Obviously, I'm doing the same fucking thing here. But he's a really good manual machinist, and I'm not into CNC stuff, or specifically watching people do CNC. I found some small engine milling and such where he was making art, and it took a month to complete a piece. I'll try and find that channel. He worked from an explosion chart and made each piece. Oh, interesting. I've been watching a lot of Cranktown City lately, but he's starting to get this old syndrome, releasing once in a blue moon, yeah. But I'd call him more of a fabricator than a machinist. Robruns is a good YouTube channel as well, although he's gone quiet. Yeah, I've seen those. The video feed looks a little jumpy when you move it around. Oh, interesting. Don't they have these on large naval vessels too? I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, they're just beautiful, beautiful things. So this is a pretty precision lathe, or actually one of the most precision manual lathes that you can get your hands on. And what makes it precise is just pretty much purely its mass. Obviously, whatever tolerances it was built to, but a big part is the mass. It is a very, very heavy lathe. This weighs, I think, about 3,500 pounds, and it has a 12-inch by 20-inch, I think 12 by 20. Yeah. So here's the nameplate on there. And this is, so this was built in the second month of 1943. So this is an 80-year-old lathe, actually a little older, almost 81 years old. So it's a very, very, very old piece of machinery that was built in World War II. So as I was saying in last stream, this pretty much guaranteed this would have been built for the war effort, right? There's really no way that they made this lathe in 1943 for something other than winning the war. So it's really cool because it's ultimately a piece of history that I own. So I absolutely love that. Yeah, 1,600 kilograms, yeah. So it's quite a small lathe. In terms of the size of a part that I can machine on here, it's quite small, but the mass is so high. I would say that, like, for a lathe of the size workpiece that this can operate on, it's probably like twice the mass of a lot of other similar lathes. And I don't necessarily know where it gets all the precision from other than tolerances and the mass, but I imagine that there were just some design elements that probably just make it a better lathe for those things. So it's a beautiful lathe. I'm very sad that the lathe is in worse condition than the mill, but also the mill's probably from the 70s, 80s, or 90s, and this is from 1943. So, like, this is insanely old, and it's so cool to have this. I hope to have this for the rest of my life. So yeah, she's a beaut. So what I've been working on is basically trying to get all of the tolerances back up. I've been focusing recently. Let me pan this around so I can see what I'm streaming. So I've been working on the tailstock, which is this piece right here, and the tailstock is basically, it has this hand wheel, which is slightly out of frame. Oh, I got to plug this back in too, otherwise the battery will eventually die. So it's got a hand wheel on here that extends this this spindle, and it can go 0 to about 3.75 inches. So I can go beyond that because right now this is almost disassembled down. So pretty much there's a lot of pieces that are currently not on here. I have only the pieces on here needed to make it sit and behave like it will when it's in operation, but I don't have a lot of the like covering pieces and like other things that basically put this together. So right now it's kind of in pieces, so I can do some measurements and testing. But effectively, the problem is that the headstock, so the headstock is where the chuck and basically the machine rotates around, so that's running. And basically that is not on the same axis as this tailstock. Basically the tailstock, just from being slid around back and forth on the ways, has just been worn out, and just due to the design of these on the 10EE, and the way that people grab these and move them around on the lathe, which is mainly by grabbing the hand wheel and pushing it back and forth, it will wear the front of it down way more than the back, and you'll slowly get this to where it's angled down and it's pointing down. And in general, you'll wear everything down such that it will be angled down, and also the whole thing will also be sitting lower, right? So you're basically moving like the y-intercept of this down. And effectively, on this machine, it was out, like 20 thousandths of an inch, which multiply that by 25 to get micron. Basically, in my opinion, too much for a tool room lathe, right? It's probably fine if you're doing production or don't really care about tolerances, but the only thing I care about is tolerances and being able to reliably throw things in here and turn something to at least under 1,000th of an inch, no taper, just consistent cylinders that I can just turn off this. So effectively, what I want to do today is continue the work that I've been doing, which is measuring this and trying to basically mathematically model the behaviors of this, and trying to figure out like what is out of round, what's not square, what is off, what is bending, what's flexing, what's not rigid, what's like if these circles are out of round or this taper is out of round. So I'm basically trying to figure out and quantify the properties of this tailstock. So I have already scraped, there's this bottom base plate on here. I've already scraped the top part and the bottom part to be very flat. They're not finished because I know that there's still quite a bit of an angle in here. So really I just wanted to make sure that they're flat and that I've got all the gunk off it, and I used it to kind of practice. But what I need to do is I need to raise this whole thing up probably almost a millimeter at this point. And now I've actually taken material off here when I was scraping this, and I actually milled it flat initially because it was worn out. There are some very deep, worn out grooves on the bottom of this, and this is very heavy, so I don't want to take it off to show you, especially since we're going to do that later. I want to get some measurements while I have it assembled, and then we can disassemble and talk about the parts. But effectively, all that matters to you right now is the hand wheel makes this go in and out. This clamps onto this in place, so it actually clamps this and pushes it down, so it will end up making it go down. So what I want to do is I want to measure this with this locked, right? Because that's how I will be operating the lathe when I am actually running a part between centers. I'm going to have this locked, so I'm going to be taking my measurements with this locked. Now, what you want is that nothing is worn out and the fitment of the spindle is so tight that regardless of if it's locked or not, it doesn't change. But in reality, locking it down, since this is going to be slightly worn out and like an oval to some extent, what we're going to do is we're going to scrape this in and basically get it, we're going to focus on this while it's locked down, because I'm not going to be regrinding the spindle or cutting or reaming, or I would have to probably oversize the internal part where this bears on. So instead, we're just going to lock everything down. There's another lever here that locks the entire thing down to the table. So we'll be locking both things down and then taking measurements and then trying to basically figure out how this tailstock is running with respect to the chuck and the headstock. And yeah, we're going to take some measurements. We're going to try and figure out how much of an angle that is, how much we need for shims, and effectively what operations need to be performed to get this square. So I want this spindle to be parallel to the bed of the lathe. So the bed is what everything's resting on, what the tool moves on. So I want that to be parallel to the bed, and I want this to be perfectly centered onto the headstock. So one important thing to note is that this adjusts horizontally. So horizontally you can adjust this, and thus I don't have to think about the horizontal tolerances and behavior of the tailstock at all, because at any time you can offset it and adjust that yourself. So all we care about is the vertical height and the nod of this, of whether it's tipping down. We'd want it to be perfectly parallel. So that's what we're going to be working on. I don't want to imagine having to deal with plutonium chips. Yeah, you go grabbing the chip tray and your hand comes out with blisters on it. Can it be shimmed? Yes. So it actually came on shims. Let me grab those. And due to just the wear of these shims and the manufacturing of the shims, I would hazard that these shims actually came from Monarch, from the factory. It's possible that someone stamped out these shims in post as an adjustment over the 80-year life of this, but they kind of look original. The patina is quite patinaed. So yes, you can shim them, but you never want to shim things. So the correct way to repair this, and the way that I will end up repairing this, is what I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out what shims I need. I'm going to do my measurements. I'm going to figure out how much this is knotting. I'm going to scrape it such that it sits perfectly parallel to the bed, and then at that point it will be sitting too low because I've removed material. So I'm going to scrape it so the raw metal on metal with no shims, this sits perfectly parallel. And then what I will do is I will machine off probably like 2 to 3 millimeters of material off the base. And then what I'll do is I'll go get some cast iron. I'll get like a 2 or 3 mil plate of cast iron, and I will permanently affix that to the bottom. So I'll probably drill holes into the bottom and I will bolt in that plate. Then I'll let that plate sit and let the screws settle, because things over time will kind of settle out where those like pressure points are from the screws. Let that settle out over time, and then I'll scrape that base in. So effectively, get everything parallel, shift it up, or move it up with a permanently affixed piece of cast iron, and then I can scrape that piece of cast iron, as opposed to shims, which you don't have that level of control. So I'm definitely scared to do that. I'm kind of practicing and stuff, because once you remove material in scraping, right, I'll build up this base, I'll machine it down to very close of whatever I know I can scrape down to, and at that point, I have to scrape it down perfectly, because if I scrape it down with a tilt, I can't undo the tilt, because at that point it will be sitting too low. So obviously I could unbolt everything, rebolt it, and go through the process again, but this process will probably take at least 2 days to do just that, probably 20 hours of labor. So effectively, measurements is extremely important here. It's much more important that we figure out how this is behaving, how it is worn out, and what we want to do to it. We kind of can't just YOLO eyeball it. So, yeah. Joe Pie 221. I've never heard of that channel. This job would terrify me on such an expensive piece of material. Yeah. Weird that I get the smell of oil and metal back in my nose when I learned how to use these. Yeah. That's so cool. I mean, I'm obviously new to this, so like this is the first and only lathe I've ever operated in my life. So I'm not experienced. I don't know what I'm doing. But what I do have is a lot of time and a lot of patience and the willingness and ability to write software and stuff. So like for this, so basically figuring out like if I take a bunch of measurements of this at a bunch of different points and I can't obviously in my head figure out exactly how everything is lined up, I can take that to CAD or I can take it to software and I can say, okay, I've taken these 150 measurements. How could this possibly physically be how could this be worn such that those measurements would make sense, right? So those are the sorts of things that I'm willing to do. I don't think I have to do it on this piece because this piece is actually quite linear, which I was very happy to see. So we're gonna take those measurements now, actually. So I'm going to show you how I'm taking measurements, how I'm basically figuring out how this is running, how it's behaving. And we're going to go and take some of those measurements. I already have done a couple. And we'll kind of show you what the process is, how I'm taking my measurements, what my methodology is. Maybe chat has recommendations of better methodology, because at the end of the day, the thing that makes you a lot of money doing machining work isn't knowing how to operate this lathe, right? You could teach someone how to operate this lathe in like 4 hours. It's not fucking hard. The hard part is doing as few operations as possible. Basically, how quickly do you converge to the correct part with the right dimensions, the right tolerances, without remachining it, without screwing up the part, without scrapping the part. So like in this case, a really good person who rebuilds machines probably would be able to just take a couple measurements, figure out exactly how this is worn out, and like immediately go to preparing and fixing it. Whereas I don't know that at all. So I'm going to be taking many measurements, trying things out, A/B testing things, making sure that my mental model of how this is worn out actually corresponds to my measurements in reality. So I do love the smell of cutting oil. I have this Cool Tool 2, which is the cutting oil that I use. It's really bad, but I love the smell of that. Like when I am running mainly like the milling machine and drilling a bunch of holes, and I have like oil smoke, Holy shit, I love that smell. It's not good because it's not good for you. Don't breathe this, as they say. All right, so right now I have a 3/8 inch 5C collet in this, and then we're gonna pull this out and put an 8mm one in here so we can hold my my indicator so we can do our measurements here. So, pull this out. So yeah, I actually milled my camera mount that you guys are mounted up on. I actually did some machining on that yesterday. So I have a microphone set up on the hot shoe of the camera, and I can't really show you because that's difficult because I can't show you the camera with the camera, if that makes sense. Here you go. Is this gonna work at all? Oh god. It is so hard. Wait, I've got a mirror in a mirror. Oh god. Anyways, I have a handle on my camera rig that allows me to pick up the camera and move it around really easily. And unfortunately, just due to the shape of the handle, it bumped into the microphone pack that I have on the hot shoe of my camera, and obviously I can't put my microphone on a different hot shoe, right? The hot shoe is fixed on the camera, and I couldn't find any like extensions or adapters that would move it around for specifically my Sony camera. And the problem was a bolt was protruding too far. So what I actually did is I quickly machined the bolt down, so I massively reduced the size of the head of the bolt, and then I made it a cylinder instead of like a rounded top bolt. And then I countersunk on the handle, and now the bolt actually sits perfectly flush, actually like 0.1 mil lower than the handle of the camera, and now everything fits together. So that was really cool. It's just so cool that I can do that now. It's so cool that I can come out here. I threw a 5C collet in, I put the bolt in, I did like 3 passes on it, just really, really simple operations, and in like 30 minutes, I had a new bolt and a countersunk hole in a piece of aluminum in a steel bolt, and there we go. Now the camera is set up on that, and I have access to the handle again, which allows me to take that off and move it around way easier. So, are we at the dentist now? How tight is the cylinder in the tailstock? So, I'll show you. So, what I have here is a dial indicator on a 8mm shank. So it's an 8mm shank into a Noga flexible, like adjustable mount. And then this is going into my micron indicator. So this is a 140 micron range. So I'm gonna actually have to put those shims back in here because 140 micron won't be enough for the. Basically, without shims, this is out like almost a millimeter, and thus I'm not going to be able to do measurements with a 140 micron indicator. So, let's actually switch to. Let's put you on. I have my. This is also a 1 micron indicator, but this is a 1 micron with a 1 millimeter of travel. So you can see the outside dial has 200 micron, and then the inside dial is 0 to 1.0, and that shows you correlation between the number of revolutions and like how many revolutions there have been. So I bought these. These are really, really, really nice indicators. I like using test indicators way more than dial indicators because dial indicators, when you have a basically a lateral force on it, which you will whenever you're doing probes and you're moving something along here, it has a tendency to push this up against the bearing surface, and it kind of causes it to bind, and it can cause the readings to not be great. But this dial is much easier to read, so I intentionally, because I knew I'd be streaming stuff like this, I bought the like extra large face dial. So compared to the other test indicator, it's just a little bit easier to image and get on camera. So we're going to do that for some initial measurements. This is on just one of the Noga mounts that's not attached to a mag base, because I actually tapped a hole in the carriage of my lathe to mount it, but we'll move this over to a normal indicator mount. And I use all of these Noga mounts, which I need to get some rigid ones, because there are points where it's nice to have the rigid and the non-rigid ones. So we're going to try and set this up to be really easy to see on camera. And what I'm going to be indicating here is just the outside of this tailstock, so you can see how much variation there is. I can only imagine how hard this is to make videos for, because you have to setting up all of these shots, making sure all of these indicators sit perfectly. So here we go. Let's see. Trying to get this in here. So I want to come a little bit back and tighten that down. And there we go. So we do have a way of probing that. All right. So we'll get you in on that indicator. And here we go. And now we'll go into manual focus here. God, this is so easy to focus with the monitor. I really love having the physical monitor on the camera, because it has the, I guess, focus peaking, is that what it's called? But it's so easy for me to see that that's focused in. Like, if I want to focus, like, up here, I can just pull this, oops, that's zoom. There we go, now it's focused. And I don't have to, like, think about really anything. I don't have to look at it, because it is visually making it very obvious what parts of the frame are actually in focus. So okay. Is the stream fine? Is it dropping or cutting out at all? Or is that user issues? Because I'm not seeing any issues on my end. Doesn't mean I don't have issues. Okay, so Desu was asking how sloppy this is. And actually, I'm going to pull this away. I'm going to quickly put the shims back in, the shims that I had. So it looks like I had 1 thou on the back. And 1 thou on the back, and 17 thou on front. So I've got a 17 thou shim stack here that we're going to put in. And I'm just putting these shims in the base, and these are just temporary, so we can do some measurements here. Should slide in here. Okay. The other one. Okay. Where's the other shim? I drop it? No, it's right here. 15. 15, 16, 17. So I think, I can't remember what state I had this in, but this should be fairly close to what I want. I gotta clean this off. It's got a lot of the bluing ink on it. The base of the tailstock is still blued up from when I was doing some measurements. Okay. And then I have 1 thou in the back. So I should have a 1 thou over here, and I do. And we'll clean off that oil. Throw the 1 thou in the back. And then I have to get this somewhat centered in here, which I can do decently by eye. That's going to be close. lock that down to the table. So basically this lever here is pulled up on a nut on the bottom. In fact, that didn't really tighten up as much as I wanted it to. So we're going to adjust this just a little bit more. Okay, so now the whole thing is clamped down to the table. This lever is not engaged, so I can take this in and out. But now that that's clamped down and shimmed, we're going to drop the indicator onto the outside of the spindle, and then let's just set it in. I always like to go at least like one rotation in. When I have these multi-rotation indicators, I like to go at least one in, so if there is some like weird play, I see it. So, okay. Let's get you back and focused on that, and I'm going to come around to this side. Shoop. There we go. Okay. So, what I can do is I can, right now it's not clamped down at all, and I can lift up on this, so the actual tailstock is clamped down. So when I'm lifting up, I'm really just lifting up in the on the spindle here. And let's see. So right now it's reading, let's just say 203, so 203 micron, right? And if I lift up on this, you can see that it's quite a lot. It's actually not quite returning back down to where it was. But now it's reading like 408. So yeah, about 0.2 millimeters, right? So 200 micron. So quite a shit ton. Now I don't know what is expected from the factory, what is expected from these machines in operation. I don't know if it's expected that they need to be clamped down for you to get repeatable numbers, but yeah, let's clamp it down. So as I clamp this down, I'm gonna go over here now. As I clamp this down, you'll see that I'll be pushing it down, so we'll start going negative instead of positive here. So, and there we go. That's pretty clamped in there. So that got us down to, let's make sure that this is tight. And that's locked down. And then let's re-zero it here. I guess that's at 400. Okay. So yeah, it looks like it seats pretty well in the bottom where it's not moving around too much. It's really being able to pull that up that's really off. So let's see. Clamp it down. We're reading 412. 412, unclamp, we'll flip it up, we'll like just wiggle it around, kind of fuck it up, and then we'll reclamp it, and now we're reading 407 and a half, maybe 407. So it was like 5 micron of deviation between clamps, and that's also because I'm rotating this a little bit, right? So this will rotate a little bit, although that's not really making a difference. Although that could make a difference once it's clamped down. So, anyways, I'm going to be doing all of the testing and indicating based on when this is clamped down and when this is clamped down. And probing on the outside of this spindle is not going to be super accurate because the outside of the spindle is quite worn. Even though this is ground, it has, divots and dents from when it's been extended and things have dropped and fallen on it and caused issues otherwise. So it's important to understand that we don't necessarily know what we can trust here. So, on MyNet language, Noga equals leg. Interesting. All right. Well, we gotta confidently describe what we're doing. Okay. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a probe in here, and we're going to indicate exactly. In one quick pass, we're going to indicate exactly how this is behaving. So I'm going to pull this out. I'm going to pull this out. I'm just making room. In fact, you know what? I'm going to remove the tool post here, just so we have slightly better access and visibility in here. It takes 2 seconds to remove, so it's not a big deal. So what's cool is when we remove this, I'm going to get to show you the first thing I ever machined. How does that sound? That sound fun? So remove that not quite greasy, which is good. I like when it's greased up. All right. Pull off the tool post. So this is a Loris BXA tool post. They recommend AXA for the AXA is a slightly smaller size, but a lot of people online recommended the BXA go with a larger size for the 10EE. So this is the very first thing I ever machined, which is this base that goes into that T-slot, so this T-nut. So they send you a blank. They send you a blank where the center is drilled and tapped for this post, and you just have a blank square piece of steel. And so that was really fun. So the very first thing that I had was like, oh, you can't use your lathe until you use your mill to mill this T-slot in to fit your tool post. That was the first thing I did, and obviously I fucking nailed it. So it's a very tight fit. You'll see even just slightly in, there's just a tiny amount of wiggle. And it takes a little bit to go in there because it's just slightly too tight. Beautiful. Beautiful. So yeah, that was the very first thing I ever machined. Because I couldn't use my lathe until I used my mill. So that was scary. It was like, shit, I might have to make this part again if I fuck it up. Okay. So we're going to clean this off. Even though we don't need this to be clean, we're going to clean it off because I will bump into this with my hands and just get oil and grease everywhere. So we're just going to clean that off a little bit. Okay. And let's just blow everything down. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to throw an indicator in here into the collet. So there's a 5C collet chuck. And we're just going to use this so we can rigidly hold something in the same axis of rotation as the headstock. So we can do sweeps inside of that bore. So the inside is going to be worn, but the outside is going to be way more worn. So we're going to do our probing on the inside rather than the outside. And one thing that I could do is I could jam a tool in there, right? I could jam like a chuck or something in there and then probe the outside of the chuck, but that will accumulate errors, right? Because the chuck itself will have errors in its roundness and parallelism and stuff. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to eliminate all of the sources. It doesn't matter if this chuck is not running centered, as long as the chuck is running the same level of running out, it doesn't really matter because we're rotating it among an axis here. So I'm going to turn the lathe all the way down to make sure if I do accidentally turn it on, it runs at a very low speed. And then we're going to put this into a position where I'm able to take measurements on it. So we're going to slide it up a little bit because I only have a limited reach here. So we're going to pull this tailstock up, and I'm being very gentle because none of this is oiled. We're going to lock this down. And the very first thing we're going to have to do is we're going to have to center. Let's actually make sure I can get the probe in here at like an inch. Okay, so I want to come up further. I want to be able to... I'd really like to be able to get a measurement at 1 inch. So we're gonna go. Woo. Actually, now that I have the tool post out of the way, it's gonna be much easier to do this. I don't know why I didn't take it off before. I was just being lazy, I guess. So we'll shift this up such that that tip is gonna allow us to probe in there. Okay. And we'll lock it down. And now what we have to do is we have to figure out how out of center this is. And right now it's going to be probably out of center quite a bit. So I'm going to get the probe in there first. Then we're going to get the probe to touch off. And hopefully this is close enough that I can use this indicator. And you're not going to be able to see this while I do this. But what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to move the, I'm going to move this in and out. Let's get you in frame here and in focus. There you go. How's that? So what I'm going to do is I'm sweeping on one side, and then I'm going to sweep on this side, and I'm going to try and basically find center, and I'm going to move the post back and forth until it's center. So that's reading 28, and this is, I think that's off the scale. Yeah, so what we need to do is if this is off the scale, then we need to move it towards the camera. So we're going to move it towards the camera about 70 micron. So I'll go, and we're moving it based on when it's clamped down. So you can see when I clamp it down, it moves a bit. So now we're at, now we moved that like, we moved it like 100 micron. So we're going to bring it back to 0, and we're going to see if we're close or not. Now, if I had a longer reading range on that, like I have another indicator that reads up to 0.6 millimeters. Okay, so where are we at here? Right now we're reading about 23, and then we come around, and nice, we overshot. But we're actually still touching. So we had 20, let's say 24 here. And on this side, we have like 1. So 25 divided by 2 is 12 and a half. So what we're going to do is we're going to bump this such that this reads 12 and a half. And then it should be centered up. So we have to move it away from the camera about 10 micron. So we'll unclamp it, bump, 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 bump. Too far, back towards the camera, just a little bit. Okay, that's reading 15 microns, so we're probably 2 micron off, which I think is going to be good enough. Let's just double check. These readings can always change a bit, so we'll make sure. Okay, I'm reading 18. Then we come around here, and we're reading 9. 9 plus 18 is what, chat? 27 over 2 is 13 and a half, yeah. So let's try it again. Let's go a little bit further. Away from the camera. So I'm trying to keep a little bit of force on the clamp so I have a better idea. And there we go. So now that is exactly reading 13. Is that readable on the camera? But yeah, that's 13 right there. It's a smidge over 13. And it's going up a bit. Obviously, things will settle. Right, when we're indicating at the micron level, things will settle a lot. So things will move around. These readings won't necessarily repeat, but that's basically exactly 13 and a half. That's an interesting measurement strategy. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of winging this. Like, I don't know necessarily what I'm doing. So let's probe in there. We're going to go roughly halfway. That is 15, 16, 17. And you can see just grabbing this head, grabbing the chuck, moves that around quite a bit. So I'm trying to basically hold it and consistently rotate it. So let's say we're at 16 and a half, and let's rotate it and go all the way to the other side. And that looks roughly there. And that is 7 or 8. 7 or 8, let's come back around. And now we're reading 14. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this. This is plenty good for the measurements that we need to take. All right, I am Bagel. Thank you so much for the Prime. Hell yeah. Hope you're enjoying the content. Is it small metal cube time? Not yet. We'll be making cubes soon, though. All right. So, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be trying to determine the slope of the, we're going to be trying to determine the slope of that spindle. Now, that's difficult because the area that we're probing on the spindle is actually tapered. And so the way that we have to eliminate the taper is we can't really do a sweeping probe of this. So all I care about is the up and down side. So we've been doing like the left and right of this, but I actually only care about up and down. So when I probe at the bottom, we're at -5. And when I probe at the top, we're at 25. And then let's repeat the measurement. -4. And then at the top, 25. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that at 1 inch, because when I look at the ruler on top of this, and I'll get you in to a higher shot here. I don't know where I'll put the camera, but I'll try. So what did I say? -4 and 25? So this is at 1.0 inch. We had -4, and then we had 25. And it is reading -4 on the bottom. And since it's -4 on the bottom, that means this needs to go up, right? To get it to that center point, this would have to go up, which means that this is too low, right? The tailstock is too low. It's approximately 12 micron too low at this point. So we're going to say -4, 25, and then I'm going to say low. And now I'm going to do a new camera setup, but I'm basically taking notes of that measurement because, yeah, we're going to have to take a lot of notes. So I'm going to try and get this tripod up as high as I can. So to do that, I'm going to remove the camera. I'm going to set the camera down over here. It's actually stable. Okay. And because last time I moved the tripod around with the camera on, it was much more unwieldy and dangerous and stupid. So yeah, we're not doing it that way. Okay, we're going to raise this up. I think we just want to go as high as we possibly can on the tripod here. So clamp. Clamp. And clamp. Okay, and then let's get the ball centered here. Good. Okay. And we'll put the tripod maybe here. And hopefully this will get us a better shot. Chad, it's so nice to have the handle on the camera. It actually is so huge. It's wild how big of a difference That is. Okay. We're clamped down. Now we can tilt the monitor down. And release this. Pan this down. Clamp this down. And then we'll focus you in. All right. Hey, how are you doing? Looking forward to some more engineer sexual content. Twitch doesn't allow sexual content anymore. We're not doing that. Can someone in YouTube type something to get rid of the line over the instrument? Look how resourceful we're being. Okay, so on here there's a scale. And this is in inches, obviously, because it's an American-made American machine. And what we did is we took a measurement at 1 inch, right? So we have the spindle sticking out of the tailstock 1 inch. The tailstock is locked down to the ways of the lathe. And we took those measurements. So what we measured was negative 4 and 25. So yeah, what do we have right there? That is negative 4 in my eyes. And then when I flipped it all the way around, such that the probe was this way, I was reading 25. Now it's important to note that I'm going to try and get you in here. And let's see, I'm going to have to refocus you, aren't I? There you go. So there it is, negative 25 on the bottom, maybe negative 26, but that's going to be drifting. So yeah, so I have probed both the top and the bottom. I don't really care about the side-to-side movement, except for the fact that I want the side-to-side movement to be negligible enough that when I'm rotating this around, I'm not putting excessive variance of force on this and like moving the indicator out of position, right? Basically, all I care about is when I sweep and rotate the chuck that I'm not causing a massive deviation on the needle there. So, and then let's see if this returns. So that's at 0 now, but maybe negative 2. Anyways, we took note of this. So I have my little notepad here. Let's see. All right, is both the notepad readable and the indicator? Am I able to focus both of those? Maybe if I change the f-stop? Let's see, what's the f-stop doing to the ISO? I don't want to go too high on ISO. Okay, so basically I've made note that at 1 inch of stick out, so 1 inch here, we had a negative 4 reading and a 25 reading. And the reading was low in that we need to raise. If I were to apply pressure, you'll see that the needle will move up, right? Basically, low is saying that we need to move this up, or this reading is low, right? And now what we're going to do is we're going to move this about 0.25 inches, so a quarter of an inch, and we're going to take like 4 or 5 or 6 measurements across this. So I'm going to undo the lock on the spindle. I'm going to move the spindle out just by eyeball on this. And then we're going to take another measurement and do this a couple different times. Doesn't that sound riveting? American-made American machine, so it produces guns? I mean, it could. When all of the people were here moving the machinery, and they were asking when I was going to have silencers available. It's kind of funny. Because I was like, oh yeah, like I have no plans for this machining. I don't know what I'm going to do, you know. I'm getting this and I'm just learning. And they're like, okay, sure, buddy. Yup, just learning. Yup. Uh-huh. Cool story, bruh. That was kind of funny. I liked when they were giving me shit. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to touch this indicator off. We'll just go to 70 here, or like roughly 70. It'll take time for this indicator to settle in, Yep, just adjusting that, tightening it down, threw us off. So let's touch back in here. Okay, and I'm gonna try and find the bottom by eye, and we're indicating, so I do this in kind of a weird way, but we'll do it the right way. So this is 76. So I have 76 on the bottom. 76 on the bottom. Let's come around, sweep the top. And the top is giving us 30. So we have 30. Oh, and it's 30 on this side. So we're actually going to change this measurement. We're going to say that this is 65. And we sweep, and it goes that way. And it indicates 30. So we have 30. And let's say 64. 30, 64. And this is... this needs to go up, so it's low. So we're gonna say 30, so this is at 1.25. We're gonna say 30 and 64, and this is low. Okay, if we're off by that much already, then we probably shouldn't be doing this a quarter inch at a time. But we're going to do another sweep. Let's do, this is 67 and 30. Okay, good. Looks like we're fine on those measurements. So we're going to go another quarter inch. We're going to do just 1 inch of measurements here. So we're going to come out. This is now 1.5. I'm going to put the indicator in here. Come on. And in theory, I want to be probing this at the same depth inside the spindle, so I'm getting wherever the same like wear patterns are. But it's just hard. And right now, we're really looking for a general picture. Okay. So here we have 63, and it's climbing. And it climbs to... Wow, really? Did I not have it locked down last time? There we go. Okay. 52. And once again, a couple rotations of this to kind of get it to fall into place where it's going to average out. So here we have 53. Coming around to the top. And there I'm reading 85. 52. And 84. All right, 52 and 84. So that's at 1.5 inches. We have 52 and 84. And this is, it's low. Okay. And let's do just one more measurement. I'm curious, that middle one didn't look like a great measurement. Actually, we're going to do 2 more. I'm going to try and do these quick because we're off further than I was expecting. 1.75. Clamp it down. I hope I clamped it down for that second reading, but the second reading seems a little off. I don't know. Maybe I did something goofy. Maybe I bozoed it as OXO Tools would say. OXO Tools. Okay. Let's indicate this in. You know, I might be rotating this a little bit in here. No, it's fine. It's probably a little rotated, but whatever. Okay, 64. And where did my Where did my mirror fell in. And my pencil fell. Oh, God. It's not going great, chat. How are you planning to elevate it? It's made of solid metal. Yeah, I'm going to machine off a little bit of the base, and then we're going to add a couple millimeters of material. Okay, so let's say 67. Sweep around to the top. Wait a minute. $67 and 80. No, 67 and 78. Let's double check that. 63 and 76. 61 and 75. 61, 75. Okay. 61, 75. And that is indicating low. And this is at 1.75 inch. And we're going to get one more measurement at 2 inches. And then we're going to do some math. Chat, are you excited for math? Raise your hand if you're excited for math. Okay. All right. Let's get that in there. 59. 59 and... What the fuck? Wait. 51. And 56. 50. 50 and 56. 51. 56. So we're going to say 51, 56 here. At 2.00, we've got a 51 and 56, and that is indicating low. All right. Okay. Math is freaking awesome. Math Pog. He's probably going to use a welder to saw through it and then remove it. What? What's the process to add a couple mil of material? So basically, I'm gonna machine off a couple mil of the base, and then I'm gonna grab a piece of like 2 or 3 millimeter thick cast iron, and then I'm gonna bolt it onto the bottom, right? And maybe glue it with like a permanent glue or something like that. Okay, so let's go over to the math table, chat. The 1.25 measurement is scuffed? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it worked out just as we wanted, chat. Oh, there you go. It's Twitch chat. Look at you fucking losers. Just kidding. You guys are fun. All right, so we're going to do some math on the math pad. Think you meant build it up with weld, then machine it down? No, I won't be doing that because that will warp and destabilize it, and it's cast iron, so welding that would be a pain in the ass. And I don't know how to weld, and I don't have a welder, so all those things are the option. All right, so we're going to compute all of these deltas now. So we know the bottom and the top measurements, and basically across these five measurements, we can determine the delta between the two. We want there to be no delta, right? So no delta would mean perfectly center, and delta means not perfectly center, and we're going to compute those deltas. So 25 minus -4 is 29. So we have 29. We have 64 minus 30. We have 34. We have 84 minus 52, which is 32. We have 75 minus 61, which is 14. And then we have 56 minus 51, which is 5. Okay. Interesting. So we have roughly 30, 30, 30, then 14, then 5. So it looks like we might not have linear wear at this location. Now, it's possible our measurements could be wrong, right? It's really important to note that we could have made a mistake. We could have bumped the indicator. We could have bumped something. We could have had it tightened in a weird spot. We could have had it indicating inconveniently where there happened to be a bump in the casting. Like, there's so many ways that the measurements could go wrong here. And we got to redo these measurements, try them out a couple times, try different types of measurements, try measurements of different locations. But it's also possible, since it's a tailstock, the tailstock is mostly going to be used at kind of a low extension, right? You're going to be in that like 0 to 2 inch range, which is kind of what we swept over, that we swept 1 to 2 inches. But the full travel is 0 to 3.75. So we've only swept a portion. And it's interesting because there is a non-linearity here with the 29, 34, 32, 14, and 5. And it's really hard to say, do we have, like, here it's basically, maybe like, you could arguably say like 10 or 15 micron per quarter inch. So is the whole thing off by that much? Or do we just happen to have like a weird high spot in here that's throwing off the measurement? So I think what this is telling me is we can't really draw a conclusion from this. What we need to do is we need to do a full sweep of the 0 to 3.75. And we can up the frequency we probe it, because what I care about is the macro. I care about the overall average. I want to see the like macro scale slope of the spindle. I was hoping I would see that with this like 1 inch sweep, but I don't think I am, because we have 3 measurements that are the same and then these. So this looks like this could just be wear in the spindle, right? And this could be telling me that basically we are not going to be able to beat 15 micron of runout. Even if there is this like slope in here, if we were to get rid of that, there might be a bump or a worn out spot in there, and maybe we just can't get rid of that. So, is it offset the other way? The delta is 64? Did I read it wrong? Maybe I did. I was getting linear measurements before, but I was doing like a 2 inch to 3 inch sweep. So let me show you the measurements I was doing before. Now, keep in mind I've been changing these shims. So when I shim things, I've been seeing the difference between different shimmage. But here I have a sweep of 2, 2.5, 3.0, and I have 29, 42, 54. So basically add 11 each time. Like if you add 11 each time, you basically perfectly have that figured out on the 2.0 to 2.5. And I think that is with the same shimmage. So let's see. So 29, 42, 54. So this is basically indicating a slope of I guess those are all high, so that was with different shims, actually. So we can't really compare those measurements. But yeah, it's very likely that the like 0 to 1.5 inch is worn differently than the rest of the spindle, as that's going to be like the most common range. Ultimately, you want the spindle to be as retracted as possible for rigidity reasons, right? You never want the spindle sticking out far, which means that over the life of this machine, the spindle has spent more time close at that like 0 to 1.5 than it will have spent at the 2.5 to 3.75. So let's try to get a setup where we can sweep from 0 to 3.75, and then we'll maybe do it in like 1-inch increments or something like that, and we'll see if we can find a consistent slope. And maybe this explains why I've been having some issues where the shims, when I add the shims that the math says to add, I'm not getting the right translation. And that could also just be because there's just not perfect linearity here. So let's try that out. Let's try and get some different things. We're going to leave the shims. We're going to leave it clamped in the same spot. Well, we actually probably have to move it just a little bit here. But if there is wear, is it possible to rebuild the worn pieces? Yeah, that would be basically the way that you would do that is, okay, that's clamped in there. Let's go, come back around. So the way that you would handle that is basically the parts that could be worn here could be the hole that the spindle is riding in, right? And it could also be the spindle itself is worn. And it also could be the taper is worn on the inside of the spindle. So there's kind of 3 different things that have stacked up here that can be worn with the measurements we're taking, right? Because this is the tailstock is clamped to the bed, so it doesn't really matter. Really, the only 3 things that we're measuring here is, first of all, the slop in the spindle. If this tailstock or if this headstock is moving around, or this collet isn't grabbing this, or this is wiggling around, or this is wiggling around, right? We have a pretty long like lever arm here that could be wiggling around. And then the other things that we have is the taper, which we're probing on the taper, and we're probing at one fixed location. So it really doesn't matter if the taper isn't the correct taper, because we're only doing a one-dimensional sweep at one part of that cone, if that makes sense. So that being said, if the cone is an oval, then that could give us different readings. But I'm not too concerned about sweeping over the inside of that, because I just think our errors are elsewhere. I think our errors are going to be on the spindle, because the spindle will be clamped down most of the time in operation, and something's going to, like a workpiece is going to be here, this is going to be clamped, you're going to be having forces on here, which is pushing the spindle out while it's clamped down, so the clamp is pushing this to have a metal on metal, like friction braking force, but then sometimes you're going to have like a piece pushing against it and trying to jam the spindle back in, or maybe the brake has been on and it's been locked down and someone's like tried to go in and change it and they forgot that it was locked in and they like really reefed on this and they just pushed it out and kind of scarred it up. So this spindle is likely a hardened material. It's kind of hard to say, but this spindle is probably a hardened metal, and it's probably riding in this gray cast iron here, which is not going to be hardened. So what I would suspect is that the wear is primarily going to be on the cast part that the spindle is riding in. But I would suspect both of those probably have some wear. The spindle probably has slightly less wear than the cast. So the way that you would handle this is you would basically, I mean, it's basically, I don't know how I want to rebuild this yet, because I want to rebuild this by removing and adding the least amount of material possible. And these measurements are going to tell me how to rebuild it. So one option is that I could basically just worry about the tailstock being flat and nothing else, and then I could come in here and I could re-drill this hole with the lathe itself, right? I could take the tailstock and I could move it right up in here, put on my most accurate chuck, put a drill bit in the chuck with, make sure I probe it out and hammer out and tighten it down in just the perfect way that it indicates perfectly concentric and it's running true, and then I could drill into the tailstock with the shortest amount of travel I possibly could, which is very likely how they originally manufactured this, is on the lathe itself. Maybe not for a tailstock. Tailstocks aren't necessarily the most precision part, but this headstock here, the taper on the headstock will be machined on the lathe itself. So they will scrape in the bearing surface inside the lathe, and then they will use the lathe itself to machine the taper onto it, which guarantees that the taper is going to be square and parallel with respect to the bed of the table, because the tool is traversing on the table, right, on the ways. So what I could potentially do here is shim this so this is like roughly close enough to being on center, and then I'd drill it out to a larger size, and then I would commission a new spindle. So I would buy some like hardened material, or find whatever material is the correct type of material for a spindle. There's probably a specific grade and hardening of steel that is just what you're supposed to use for spindles. And I would go, and I don't have a grinder here, so I would go out and I would have that done by another shop. So I'd have a shop grind the spindle and cut a new taper in here. This is a Morse taper 2, and MT2 is the taper on the inside. And then I would drill this out and then ream this out in the lathe itself. I could even potentially bore it out if I could get more precise with boring it out. And then I would know that whatever I drilled or bored or reamed is going to be center to the lathe, because I did it in the lathe itself. And then all I would have to worry about is just making sure I get a very good measurement of what I actually ended up boring it out to, and the finish on there. In fact, if I wanted to go absolutely crazy on this, I could drill this out. So I would go oversized, right? I'd go maybe a millimeter oversized, and I'd go oversized. And what I could do is I could actually lap that. So I could drill it, I could ream it, and then I could like lap that surface to be extremely concentric, and I could go in there with a bore gauge and I could probe it and make sure that it's a very, very, very good hole. And it doesn't really matter dimensionally what dimension I hit on that. I could just bore it out, lap it out, get it perfect, concentric, a very good hole, measure that with micrometers, and then I could tell the company that I would have machining the spindle and just say, yeah, I need the outside diameter to be machined to 23.662 millimeters, right? And they would grind it out, and then I'd go slam it in here, and it would fit perfectly snug. And that would probably be the best way for me to rebuild this tailstock, right? So there's a bunch of ways to approach it. Now, what I'm doing right now is I'm figuring out, is the wear of the spindle and the casting for this hole and this path and the taper inside the spindle, is that fine? If that's fine, then I can just worry about getting the tailstock at the right angle and the right height, and that's all that matters, right? But if I find out that that's worn out, we know that it's worn out when it's not clamped, but that's okay, right? Because if I'm doing something precise, then I just know, make sure the tailstock is clamped down to the bed, and this is locked down for the spindle, and that's what I've made sure everything is flat, square, and parallel. That's the configuration, right? But if this is worn out and it's wavy, right, we have a non-linear wear pattern, then we won't be able to take that out by just changing the nod of the tailstock, in which case that would have to be reground and machined in there. So, yeah. Everything is rubber. Yeah, exactly. So, that would probably be the best way to do it, because it wouldn't really matter what dimensions I hit. It would just matter what dimensions the company that grinds this would hit. And then I would have a nice ground piece here. Now, one thing is that these 10EEs run a Morse taper 2, right? An MT2, which is, this is the taper that runs in there. This is what sticks into this tailstock here. And these tapers are just really small. This is a common complaint with the 10EE, is that these tapers are just too small. It's a precision machine. It's a very rigid machine that weighs a lot. This taper is just not big enough, right? So I'll just give you an OD on the largest part here. 17.9 mil, right? So 17.9 mil, and then towards the small part, like 15 point, let's just say, yeah, like 15.5, 15.05, right? So it's quite a small taper, and this is a common complaint for the 10EE is it's, for a precision machine, you probably shouldn't have a taper this small, right? For example, those R8s that I was saying was small in the Bridgeport is massive by comparison, and this is considered too small of a taper for that milling machine, right? So if I find out that I have to, if this is really that worn out and I actually have to basically drill that hole out and put a new spindle in it, then to do that, I think I would go to a large enough size. It kind of depends on how much meat I have on the outside here, but I have a decent amount of meat, and due to the area squaring with circles, right, I could take off probably 2, 3, or 4 millimeters of diameter and have a larger, so a wider diameter spindle, and then I could put in like a Morse Taper 3. And let me see if I have a Morse Taper 3 chuck anywhere. I think I do. But it would probably get me just a little bit more rigidity on the tailstock if I'm doing heavy cuts between centers. So, let's see. I think this isn't a Morse Taper 3. It could be a Morse Taper 4. But for comparison, here's the chuck for my drill press. I think it's an MT3. You can see it's quite a bit larger. And once again, due to area being squared, even though it's not that much larger in diameter, in terms of rigidity, it's probably like a 1.5 or a 2x in the rigidity and strength of that connection, right? So that is, that's something I'm thinking about doing. It'd be kind of expensive, but honestly, like, the cost of these measurements and the labor of these measurements are significantly more expensive than getting that ground. And it'd be really tough to figure out how I'd want to set this up and ream this, because reaming or drilling is going to have a cantilever, right? So the way to really do that correctly would be to line bore this. And what you would do is you would remove the spindle, you'd remove the hand wheel on the end, and you'd try to get a rod all the way through, such that I'd have a rod coming out of the chuck through the entire tailstock, and then have a mounting point at the end that's just like on a bearing or something. Make sure that mounting point is perfectly center to the chuck, and then I would have support on 2 different points, and I'd be able to cut from the inside, and that's called line boring. It's a really common way that you would actually handle something like this, and it'd give me the most consistent and precise, non-tapered hole that could then ride on. So current measurements result, 27 microns per inch, deviation 5.5. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to get this. It's important to note that we will have, you can see that indicator rotating around a little bit as I jiggle this. There's not too much play in it. There's maybe 5 micron of play, but that's okay. When I'm taking these measurements right now, basically anything under 10 micron or 5 micron, I'm just kind of assuming is noise. Like, when I see, like, I don't know if it's 36 or 34, I don't really give a shit what number I put down, because that's not the level that we're at right now. It's not a rigid enough setup, because what we're trying to figure out is ballparks right now. We're not trying to figure out and get this absolutely perfect. We want to figure out overall behavior so we can make good decisions on how we want to accomplish this next. So, yeah. How does that sound for how I'm doing my measurements, how I'm determining that slope? I'm trying to eliminate as many variables as possible. So the best way to probably eliminate even more variables would be for me to actually take the measurements from the machine in rotation, because this takes out the bias of my hands putting pressure on this and pulling and pushing this chuck up, right? But once again, we're kind of just not at the point. You can see my hand on here is, yeah, maybe 10 if I'm going absolutely crazy, but if I'm supporting it, it's probably plus or minus 2 micron. So I'm kind of okay moving it by hand right now. So let's see if we can get this set up where we can do a full sweep of the 0 to 3 in like 1 inch steps. So I'm gonna retract this all the way up. And you know what? There's a drift in here that, a key that, basically, if I take the spindle out, and you know what, chat? Let's do some other measurements. You want to do some measurements quick? So as I said, a lot of this stuff is like disassembled right now. So I have a lot of components missing out of the this tailstock. This is not its like final configuration. I just kind of have enough pieces in because I know I have to disassemble it again in the near future. So let's do a couple measurements here. We're gonna pull the tailstock out and let's go to the surface plate and let's do some measurements of the spindle. Because I didn't really tell you, but I can just take the spindle out, right? So now from my understanding, and my understanding is just looking at it, this spindle is purely cylindrical, right? So it's not supposed to have a taper. We're not expecting a taper. What we want is that this is perfectly cylindrical. So what we can do is we can try and get some measurements on it and see how it's behaving. So you can see in the end here, you have the nut that it's going to be feeding those threads into. That's what's going to be pulling this in and out of that hole. So we're gonna get this nice and clean off. I've got some degreaser. I'm gonna just spray on it. Try and get the grease and oil off. So I actually haven't measured this yet, but this is a fun thing that we can do and just see if we notice anything in the spindle. Because what I'd love to be able to do is mathematically model the runout of the spindle where everything that we're doing measures up with our measurements. Like basically put it into some Python script where I say like, oh, the spindle has this wear and this slope, and the hole that it rides in is this slope and this wear, and those sorts of things, and run the math and see the actual reality reflect those simulated results. So here's that spindle. I'm gonna blow it off with some air, make sure it's extra dry. Okay. And then, so unfortunately, I actually don't own nice V-blocks. So I do have V-blocks, but they're not particularly nice V-blocks. So I don't even know how accurate of a measurement we can even get with these V-blocks, because we're gonna be probably limited based on the quality of these, but we'll see. Hopefully they're fine. These are not ground as a pair, so if you get nice V-blocks, the V-blocks will be lined up and they'll be ground together such that they're ground together. So let's set this spindle to the side quick. Rest that there. And let's try to see if I can indicate in on these, and we'll see if we see big deviation on the on these V-blocks. So what I'm probably going to do is get granite V-blocks Although since I have a scraper, having cast iron V-blocks is good because then I can basically get them back into tolerance myself. Okay. And I'm going to move chat over here. Move these V-blocks over. Make sure our plate's clean. Got a little dust on it. It's crazy how sensitive your fingers are. It's really cool. Okay. And then we're kind of doing this in a weird way. But let's just come in here. I actually don't have a great way to sweep these. And I'm just going to try to, by hand, see how big the seam is between these. That's not going to work. I need a better way of doing this. How would I do this? I have a precision ground rod. And this ground rod is probably the closest thing I have to a cylindrical reference. So, what I really need is a height gauge here. But I don't have a height gauge. So, we're going to have to just get an approximate measurement. We're not going for absolute precision here. We're just trying to see if these are like within ballpark of being usable. And let's clamp these down as well. So these are rigid. Nice machine you have. Thank you so much. I love it. It's a beautiful work of art. It's just a piece of history. I'm really glad that I own it. Okay. I do want to get some nice V-blocks, but I haven't bought them yet. They're expensive. As you can imagine, everything gets pretty expensive. Okay, so this should be pretty rigid. Now, make your own. I don't have a grinder. I do want to get a surface grinder. Do you plan to have a pet? Yes, I want to get a dog, but I'm so scared to get it. I've never had a pet before. I don't know what goes into it. Okay. Okay. That should be fairly rigid. So what we're going to do is we're going to... Oops. Okay, that was all the way down. So we got to drop this further. Shoop. Get your dog. I know. I know. God damn it, I went too far. Shit. Shit. Okay. Now what we're going to be looking for over these two sides of the V-blocks, we're just going to look for the high point. And that's going to give us a decent idea of the quality of these V-blocks. So, it's climbing, climbing. So, I'm seeing, actually, let me get you in there better. I kind of forget that I'm filming this chat. Ah! Ah! That cable disconnected. Let's go to this. I have a closer power outlet. Ha ha ha! Bam! Bam. Okay. All right. And then we'll go to manual focus here. Okay. So I'm seeing that's 90. 284. 280. That's 294. Okay, let's try it again. We'll sweep from the back. 297. 297. Okay. Let's come over here and we'll do the same thing. 298. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's do it one more time. 2. That's 304. 304. I'm coming here. Do the same thing. 3. That was 300. 301. Okay. I think it's safe to say this is within at least probably 3 micron. Is the plate underneath properly leveled? God, I hope so, but it should be, yeah. You want me to check? That being said, it'll drift, right? The like concrete, my house, earthquakes, a lot of stuff will cause drift. So let's see if we're level. We're a little off. Yeah, we're a little bit off. Actually, a decent amount off. So let's see. Well, let's double check. Maybe it could be the level that's off. So let's check. What kind of dog? I want to get a Bernese Mountain Dog. Okay, so we're at the M. The first M of MM. Let's go this way. Got to reconstitute that bubble. There we go. Okay, yeah, it's lost its level. So that's just rubber, concrete moving, the earth moving. So sadly, the tailstock spindle's too big. Yeah, it definitely is, but it's fine. It'll be good enough. Okay. So we know that those are good. I do love this rod. I need to get a surface grinder really badly. Well, I don't actually know how you do rotary grinding, but I would like to be able to grind things to 1 micron, both in flatness and in roundness. My favorite thing that I have is this tungsten. This is a rod of tungsten. She dense. It's so heavy. It's unreal. I've got tungsten, and I also have some, on the opposite side of the spectrum, I have titanium, which is really fucking light. This is effectively gold in density. It's really hard to communicate how weird this feels. I think it's like 19, this is like 17.8 grams per cubic centimeter, I think is what it is. Whatever it is, it's about as dense as you can get. What's this? That's a precision rod. Okay. Fancy seeing you here. How's it going? All right, let's see. I really, really, really hope this sits on these V-blocks okay-ish. But Desu is probably right in that these V-blocks are probably a little too small for this, but it's the only thing I have. So, are these clamps not gonna fit? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Shit. I'm panicking. What else would I have? Whatever. This will be fine, chat, okay? It'll be fine. We don't need to clamp it. Okay. I'm great. Just been lurking while I do chores. Yeah, I did some laundry today, so I feel pretty accomplished on the chore front. Did I not have this tightened down when I was doing those measurements? It's fine. Relax. Relax, chat. It's all good. Okay. That's setting on there okay. I hope me accosting you in Monkey's chat got you streaming again. Good to see another Monkey's viewer. I love Monkey's streams. I'm so excited when I see them. Okay, let's make sure we're in focus. How do you like this angle, chat? I could try and improve the angle a little bit here. We'll go like here. And we'll go like here. We'll move chat over here. Okay, let's come down, make sure we touch off. And perfect. Okay. Okay. I also have the indicator clamped to my table nearby just because it's a metal table. I have a suction cup indicator holder, but honestly, it's just the rubber of the suction cup introduces too much play for my tastes. So, all right, here we go. Let's get some measurements. Let's go on the far side. So there is a small recessed area here. In fact, let's make sure that the V-block is fully in the non-recessed spot. So this, I can feel that, and clearly that's ground to a different dimension. So I'll show you that step here. Let's go. All right, you ready for a step? And there it is. So it looks like it's about 100, and it drops down to about 50. So it looks like it's about 2,000ths of an inch, or 50 micron there of a step. Okay, so it's important to note that since it's a round thing, when we're indicating this in, what we're gonna do is we're gonna pull it through the indicator, and the highest point is gonna be the highest point. So we can't, as much as I want to be able to like sweep across here, I can't really do that because wiggling it is going to throw it off just due to hitting different spots on the radius, right? So let's see, and we're gonna do a sweep and get a couple different data points. All right, here we go, chat. Seeing 2, 300, that's 308. Okay, let's hit it again. 304. Hit it again. 304. Let's say 304. Okay. Do. Skidoo. It's so nice that I have heat in the garage now, chat. And also, I got my first electricity bill since I got heat in the garage. It's not bad. I was expecting it to cost like $200 to $400 a month, and I didn't even notice it on my bill. So I don't know. Maybe it's just not running as much as I thought. All right, so let's go with this. And what did I say? 304? Okay. So we got 304 there. And let's come in right on the mark. 3, 06. All right, whatever, it's fine. Now we're gonna come in, let's sweep it in this spot. 3, 10, 14, 314. Let's do it again. 3, 12. All right. Let's put a mark. Say 312. I do love doing this. I genuinely do not understand why. Also, am I in the way when I'm moving this? I don't think so. I don't know why. This is so fun. Three, 10, 12, 314. I'm starting to get a good feel for this, and since I have a good feel for it, we're just going to bang these out. 314. Oops, and I slid that on the end, which is why you have the clamps, because that could throw off all the measurements now. 320. Let's test that one more time. 320. 320. Okay. Three 24. Next, we have a 324. Okay. 332. And then we have 330, that was 336, I think. 330, maybe 332 again. 330. I'm going to say 332. 332. 332. And then we'll get probably 2 more measurements off this. Three 35. 335. And the last measurement. 344. Let's do another. 344. Wow. Okay. 344. All right, and then what I like to do whenever I'm doing linear measurements is go all the way back to the start and see if the first one repeats. Basically, have I been accumulating some drift? Has the indicator been moving? Has my surface plate been moving? That sort of thing. And what we want is 304. 304. Perfect. And that makes me confident that we weren't like bumping the indicator or causing a drift or a deviation between the mounting point of the indicator and the table. So I'm pretty happy with those measurements. I'm very happy that that repeated back at the start. Since the spindle sits on the edges of V-blocks, can we flip it and repeat it? Sure. That's actually a really good test. Now, it is important to note that I can't guarantee the rotation has stayed the same and I haven't caused a deviation there. But hopefully we see 304 over here. .304. Oop. Whoa. Hey. 336. 336. And then this one should be then probably very close to 304 then. Three 10. 310. 310. Okay. Does that math check out? In which case, I don't think we need to probe all the way across there, but I think that math will work out. I do think there is basically a skew there. So if we do 344 minus 310, that's 34, and then 336 minus 304 is 32. Yeah. So basically there's probably 32 micron difference between these two V-blocks. Right? I mean, it's not a coincidence that the deltas between those are 2 micron. Which then makes me believe that the correct measurement would be taking the two opposites. So we could take 336 minus 344. Oops. 336 minus 344, and we have like 8 micron of actual deviation on that. So, yeah. And then in the center, it should read roughly the same. So we have a 324 marking, this mark, and we're getting 324. Yep, 324. 324. So yeah, I think it's safe to say that we just have deviation of the height of these two V-blocks. I'm pretty sure that's just the difference of the V-blocks. It's the difference between how the spindle sits on the edges of the V-blocks. Yes. But the difference we're measuring there, that massive 30 micron difference, is due to the V-blocks not being the same. If these V-blocks were perfectly square and parallel, then we would actually see the deltas between these. We would see this 336 minus 344, that 8. So we'd see, like, if we swept across this, we'd see like an 8 micron difference. So, and then, yeah, that center hitting the 324 is nice because the center makes sense because the center, assuming that there is basically one V-block is higher than the other, the center point is going to be the center in both directions, right? So, Desi, that was fantastic that you brought that up because I probably wasn't going to do that. And that was absolutely the right thing to do. That's actually exactly how you calibrate levels. So you put a level down, and it doesn't matter if the surface isn't perfectly level. You put a level down, and then you rotate it, and then you make it so when you rotate the level, you get the exact same reading in both 180-degree orientations. Because it should be the same reading. So we basically did the same thing here. So yeah, I'm seeing maybe 8 micron there. Honestly, this looks to be in pretty good shape, but I would imagine that this is probably very hard. I do have some of the like hardness indicators. So the way that these work, if you've never seen these before, effectively these are just different files of different hardnesses, and effectively you use the one that has the hardness. Basically you keep going up in hardness until it scratches your material. It's really hard to get an accurate reading out of these. So we can try it. So I'm gonna do this on a spot that doesn't matter. So we're gonna go like on one of these inside lips, and let's see how it recommends. Start with the black handle first, so the hardest one first. Run it over the material. If it marks the material, it's less than 65. Okay, yep. Let's do that. I'm gonna pull over an inside edge. Definitely marked it. And then you just go down the line. That's touching it, but barely. That's touching it. So maybe it's not that hard. I gotta find a new spot. That's definitely doing it. Okay, maybe it's not hardened. That one barely touched it. But they all definitely touched it. So it's arguably not hardened, which is kind of surprising. Okay. I don't know. I'm not fantastic at using that and getting good readings out of that, but all of those marked it to my definition of marking. So, okay. All right, so effectively, I'm pretty happy with that. I mean, that means we have like 8 micron, maybe over the course of this. Now, I don't know what the actual, I don't know what the, how long the bearing surface is inside the spindle. I'm kind of looking in there right now. I need my flashlight. I'll just use my phone. I don't know how long the bore is, but it actually looks like it's quite long. Oh yeah, that goes, I would argue that goes the entire way down the tailstock, like all the way. Okay. Huh. Good to know. Okay, so yeah, then the slope across the entire thing does kind of matter. Yeah, so how do we want to measure this? Can we just apply that delta to these? Can we just take the 336 minus 304, 32, and then this was 344 minus 310, which is 34. So let's average those and say 33 micron over that distance. And that distance is, need a longer calipers. think they're inside right now. So let's compute the slope here, and we'll see if we can get a decent drawing here. I don't know if Desu's making a graph already, but if he is, that's great, because it's, as you can imagine, doing these computations are a little harder in the garage. And let's get you back in focus. Sorry, didn't realize you were out of focus there. Okay, and then the distance between those 2 points is, let's say, 199.38 millimeters. Okay, let's grab my book. So we had 199.38 millimeters between those 2 points. I think you need to take the average. Yeah, I mean, the average is that this side, this right side, is 33 micron taller. My view is basically this V block is just 33 micron taller. That's how I'm thinking about it. Am I wrong? But I did the test with that other rod though. Let's see, how is that sitting in there? It's sitting just on the top. The average, oh, the average of the measurements between the 2 points. Yeah. Yeah, which is that, the difference between the two. Yeah. So basically we're reading 33 micron higher on this right side, and that means that the actual point is obviously between those two, right? And the place between those two is going to be, it should be the same as half of that 33, right? 16.5. So if we did, because 336 over 3 minus 304 is 32, right? So that halfway point is 16.5. And what I should be able to do is take our initial sweep and basically just, can I just add 16.5 to all of it? No, I can't. I have to add 16.5 on a slope. I think you just have a different way of doing this, Desu. Hey man, I find it interesting that you went from coding Rust projects to building. Why do I have a heart emoji there that covers chat? To making building videos. Can I get some context for the Monarch rebuilding? So I bought a lathe and a mill, and the lathe's tailstock is just quite out of shape. So right now we're trying to codify what is worn out, what's out of shape on the tailstock of the lathe. And then we're going to use that to basically figure out how we need to adjust it and scrape it back in, machine it back in, add shims, add new material to it, and basically try and get it fixed. So, okay, so across this entire thing, we had... Yeah, it should be... No, I think I'm right. I think it is that 33. So 33 across the entire thing. And then the slope is 33 over 199.38. So 0.165 micrometers per millimeter, right? So I should be able to, and then that just needs to be 0 in the center, right? So in the center, that needs to be 0, but that should be the slope over the entire thing. And so basically we have 0.165 x plus half of 33, right? Plus 16.5. Minus 16.5? Minus 16.5. Right? So 165x. So if we were to find our point in the center, right? Fuck. So we find our point in the center, find the distance. This is x. And that was 89.36. 89.36. Multiply that by 0.165. That gives 14.7. And then subtract 16.5. And we should apply an offset of like 2 micrometers. And then if we go all the way to the end, right, we should end up applying a 16.5 difference. So let's see here. Yep, and that's basically 200. So 200 times 0.165, that should be 33 minus 16.5. Yeah, and then I should add, or actually, I guess subtract that? Subtract, but I guess from that size, so 344, yeah. And then that would say that I'm at 327.5. So, what I really want to figure out is what the deviation is, like what the expected deviation, basically what is this is measurement error and what of this is the part, because I want to translate these numbers into the actual part. Now I could go around, I could just do the measurements for all of the points, right? And then let's make sure, which mode are we in right now? 304. So you want it here. And this should be 310. 310. 308. 308. We're going to try and do this quick. 314. 318. 320. That should hopefully be 324. 322. 324. 328. 333. Okay. So if I take all those points now and we average them, this will allow us to actually see what it is. So 344, 310. So we have a 327. 327, 335, 308, 321. Yeah, 314, 332, 323, 318 plus 332 is 325. Which numbers did I just do? 318, 332? Yeah. 320, 324, 322, 324, 322, 314 plus 328 is over 2, 321. 333, 312, that's 322, and 336 and 304, and that's 320. Okay, 27, 21, 23, 25, 22, 24, 22, 21, 22, 20. So, honestly, the last reading is just pretty high, and arguably, this is the spot that sticks out. And the spot that sticks out is the most likely one to kind of get hit and dinged and cause the material to kind of mushroom out. So I think I would probably just throw away that measurement. I mean, it's real, right? It's real that that's happening. But I think it's wrong to say that there's a 7 micron slope over the course of this entire thing, right? In reality, the slope is probably like, because the next reading goes down to 321, 323, 325, and there's really nothing too consistent there, right? And since there's nothing really consistent here, I don't think it's, I think that's just grinding error and random wear. But honestly, this looks in pretty damn good shape, right? Like, arguably the highest spot is 320, the lowest, or 327, the lowest spot's 320. So you got 7 micron across the entire thing. Keep in mind that, other than potentially tilting it, which I don't think it will, because I don't think that first point even engages. So let's see. Like, that part's always going to be sticking out, so it's never actually a bearing surface that could skew this. So we're going to go a little bit in, and there's that's 300 flat. Oh, interesting. 300, 302, 302, 302. Oh, I think it's slightly changed its seating on here since I don't have it clamped down, which means these are kind of slipping around. But those measurements all look fine, and yeah, we can throw this in a micrometer quick. But keep in mind, this is a different measurement from micrometer, because it's a different surface that we were bearing on. So 3173, so we need to go to a 2-inch micrometer here. Let's clean this off. I need to get a micrometer holder. I don't have one, sadly. We'll put in an autofocus, and hopefully autofocus can track this. Okay, let's see. Let's unlock it. And the battery's dead. Okay, nice. It's a good start. I wouldn't be surprised if there's no battery in here. There is. What do we need? We need a SR44. SR44. Let's see what we have. Okay. Hey man, oh, sorry, I already read that. Already read that message. Scoop. Okay. Nice. All right. Then we need to set the origin of it. Lathe rebuilding, hell yeah. Yeah, we gotta get our tailstock in good shape. Just make sure this is repeating nicely. Looks good. Not gonna get my gauge blocks out and go crazy on here. I'll be fine for setting the origin. Not really doing that precise of measurements right now. Okay, let's go here, and we'll get a couple measurements across this. Now, it's tough because before we weren't getting a rotational measurement, and now we will be getting a rotational measurement, so that makes this quite tricky. So we need to go to like 33-ish. And let's see. This is tricky. $31,745. 31745. 31.745. Let's do it again. $31,744. Okay. Now we're going to go to the other side. We're going to go to the second measurement. $31,745. So bang on between the second measurement, which was a 321, and the last measurement, which is a 320. Let's go to our largest one, our 324. So we want to go 1, 2, that's 325, 322, 324. $31,743. 31,743, so it's 2 micron narrower, which isn't necessarily 100% holding up, but also 2 micron is within the tolerances of the repeatability of the equipment we're using right now. 31745. Honestly, this is looking really good. 31746. So I think what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna go kind of throughout I'm just gonna kind of go throughout this and grab random measurements on random axes, and we're gonna put this on incremental mode with respect to 31745. So let's go. There's like a +3. +3. -1. +1. +2. +1. +2. -1. -4, but I think that's a bad reading. No, -5. No, maybe not. -6. -2. +4. +9 at the end, and that's what we expected. We expected the end is going to be pretty big. Yeah, like there's... it's kind of off the piece. Yeah, like that's saying +59, but once again, that's like mushroomed out on the end. +4. +1. -4. -4. +2. +1. Honestly, yeah, I mean, what was the high? We had like a maybe 10 micron deviation, which is really not bad at all when you consider the fact that this is bearing basically over the entire thing, right? And since this is bearing over the entire thing, it really doesn't matter if there's that little of deviation, because it's even if there's like one spot that's low and one spot that's high, the whole thing is being used, so the low spots just wouldn't be making contact. So really what matters is the consistency of the like high spots, and this feels pretty damn consistent. I'm happy with that. So what I'm gonna do is clean off the we're gonna use some acetone and clean off the Sharpie marks. And clean this down. But yeah, that looks pretty damn good. So at least in terms of the consistency and cylindricalness, I'm pretty happy with that. For both the linear measurements as well as the micrometer measurement. It's important to note the micrometer measurement theoretically could be wrong, but I don't think it's possible for the two of them to be giving the same results and for it to not be a good part. So this is looking really good. I'm really happy with this piece. So we don't know if the taper is worn out, the inside taper. So the inside taper could be pretty bad, but we don't know. Kind of cleaning out all of the grooves with acetone right now because it actually did a really good job taking off the gunk. See you around, Stefla. Thanks for stopping by. Oops. Just kind of cleaning this off. But that looks really good. So, I'm happy with that. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I should be expecting it to be fucking 1 micron perfect the whole way down, but I don't think so. And thus I'm really happy with that. So I need to get my... So here's the key. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to put the key back in it because I was actually doing these tests without the key. The key will keep it from rotating inside of its hole. So I'll do that. I'll throw that in there quick. But I'm really surprised. I thought that was going to be way worse. That was actually not bad at all, in my opinion. That was perfectly fine. So now we can take the key. So this is the key. This rides in this groove here, and it just keeps it from rotating inside of the that. And I'm gonna put that in there. And then I need to lock that in, and it was held in there with a nail, I think? I wonder if I still have that. Yes, I do. Yeah, so that piece was held in with a nail. And I still have the nail, which I'm kind of surprised. New here, can you TLDR, what is the build? We're doing a rebuild of a lathe. So we're taking a lathe and we're getting it back up to the precision that it should be at. So it's a lathe that is 80 years old, and I'll get you in the frame in a second here, once I get this piece in there. So the lathe is 80 years old from 1943. And what we're doing is we're getting it back to being a precision lathe, because right now the this tailstock here is not running on the same axis as the headstock of the lathe. So effectively, we want, if we were to put like a 1 atom needle in this and a 1 atom needle in this, we would want them to touch. And right now they're not aligned. So we're working on aligning that tailstock. We just did some measurements of the spindle that goes in the tailstock, and we found out that the spindle is actually in good shape on the outside. So the outside doesn't need to be reground. Now, that isn't saying that the spindle's not worn. It's very possible that this spindle that goes inside of the tailstock, it's very possible that this is completely worn out, but it's just happens to have worn evenly. But I can see the original grinding marks on there from the factory, so I think it's safe to say that this just isn't worn out. We're gonna give this a couple kisses with, I've got some really fine stones. So I've got a 16,000 grit stone here. And what we're gonna do is we're just gonna run the stone over, because I suspect that there's probably some high spots in here from just dings that have created little craters. And we're just gonna stone around here and try to, it's kind of hard to stone a cylinder, but we're just gonna try and make sure that any high spots, honestly 16,000 grit is probably a little too aggro. Yeah, we need to go to probably a coarser grit. Let's try 2,000. My 2,000 grit stone is pretty dirty. But let's see. So I'm not trying to remove any material here, really. I'm just trying to remove any dents or divots that could be sticking out. Because there are some dents and dings on this. Yeah. So you'll see if I can get you in up close. So pretty much everything acts as a... Everything is a... Let's go to manual focus and zoom you in here. And what's the closest I can focus you in that? There we go. So you can see these dings and dents. That's just from things smacking this or dropping this or hitting this over its life. And you can see that when I ran the stone over it, you can see there's shiny spots around the outside of those divots. You see how the divots have just a small shine around them? Right? And that's because these divots, right, when you dent metal, when you put a dent in metal, it's going to behave like anything else, right? It's going to cause a crater to form, and it's going to push material out to the side. And that's what you have here. That's where you see those shiny spots on the outside, because we're actually taking those off with the stone. So what the intention here is that I'm not really removing material, because when I'm running the stone across it, effectively, if the entire stone is making contact with the cylinder, then there's so much contact that really no abrasion is occurring. But when I get to a point where it's just like one tiny divot is making contact with the stone, then the stone's gonna plow through those like high spots very quickly. So what I'm trying to do is not change the shape of the cylinder at all. I'm just trying to remove any of those high spots that might be there. And this isn't really going to cause any damage to the cylinder. Obviously, we are abrading it just a little bit, but that feels pretty good. It's no longer catching in any spots where it was kind of catching before. And let's see. Kind of tough to do this the way I'm doing this. Probably not the best way to do this. And then I also want to polish up. There's this scale here, and I just want to polish up that scale, get it nice and shiny. So we'll just polish that real quick. There's some big dents on that. You can feel the dents with the stone, with where it's fighting you. And this isn't a bearing surface, since it's this ruler. So we're not worried about taking material off here. Okay, we've polished that up a little bit. Okay. There we go. We've cleaned up that scale just a little bit. Obviously, it's not perfect. We're not going crazy here, but now the dents, you can see kind of all the small dents. Those have been cut out. Now I don't feel them. We definitely put some scratches down the side, but you can still see the original scratches. We have not changed the dimensions of this. The amount of labor that it would take to change the dimensions of this with a 2,000 grit stone, it would be a lot. Like, we would probably have to put this in a machine. I do have one dent that's sticking out quite far here that, put it in manual focus. Yeah, this one point here, and that's still kind of sticking out high. I'm going to go and try and hit that a little bit more quickly. Alright. So really what I'm trying to do is prevent this from grabbing a high spot, because we know that the actual ground cylinder here is actually in really good shape. Well, it's in fine shape. I wish there was no perceivable measurement differences across the entire thing. And you can see that we're hitting high spots across that entire edge where we're kind of polishing that up, but that's just cleaned it up a little bit there. And then we need to put that key in. And I put the key in, but actually getting that, it's just like a fucking nail. And I remember getting it out was kind of a pain in the ass. I think it sits, like it's literally a nail that holds it in. Oh, nice. I was able to put it in by hand. Perfect. Okay, so that key is held in place, which allows this to index, and now we can slide it in and it won't rotate. It'll rotate a little bit, obviously, you know, just a small amount of play, but before it was able to freely rotate in here. So now we can slide this in until it grabs on the threads, and now we're actually pulling it in to the spindle. Okay. And then what I want to do, since we're going to be moving the spindle in and out, I'm actually going to oil it. So we're going to put DTE heavy in here. Okay. I'll even put some directly on the spindle, just because this is kind of a first time for it. Nice. Pull it back. In fact, you know what? I'm going to pull it out and just rub it down quick. So I'll rub some of this oil on it. Scoop. So just get some, this is some heavy oil right now. And we'll slam it in here. Nice. So that'll just keep it a little bit more lubed up than running it bare. We don't want to completely ruin it. So I'm actually really happy with that part. I would have thought it'd be way more worn out than that. And so I think it's safe to say that the exterior is actually indicatable, which is kind of crazy. But the problem is what we want to do right now, we can't do on the outside because we can't rotate that inside bore. And we also have those detents and the ruler on there, so it's kind of hard to indicate on the outside. So we're going to continue indicating on the inside of that bore. And I'm going to take a file quick. Oops. Scoop. Pull that in. Oh, yeah, that's buttery. Oh, that's real buttery. Nice. Okay. I'm going to pull the tablet over here so I can read what's going on. We'll wipe some of this oil off. Okay. Nice. So that's moving real nice and smooth. I'm going to do a couple ins and outs, make sure that oil kind of gets everywhere, but honestly, that's moving really, really nice. I'm really happy with that. I didn't have it oiled up when I've been doing this work before. Mainly because I didn't want to keep cleaning it off. But we have that key back in there. The key's doing great. And the travel is really nice. So I'm happy with that. Okay. And we've got 3.75. All right, let's try and do a sweep across the entire thing now. And I'm also, yeah, look at this chat. I don't know if you're seeing. Oh, you are. You do. Look at this chat. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Nice. Okay. What's the car in the background? Is it an OG Tesla or a Lotus? That's a Lotus Elise. So, Lotus Elise. I might eventually do an electric conversion on it. That'd be fun. Woo! Woo! Nice. Okay. It goes spinny, right? Isn't that good? Okay, I'm gonna touch the inside of this Morse taper with a file quick. Or more specifically with a stone. And we're just doing the same thing here. We're just making sure we get rid of any burrs or egregious high spots. Not trying to remove material from the actual taper or change the geometry. We're just trying to polish up that surface. Okay. All right, so now what we can do is we want to do the same measurements that we did last time, but we want to sweep over the whole range. So you can see that it doesn't retract all the way up in there, and that's kind of what I was mentioning before. We'll go back into manual focus. We'll go in, and bam. Okay, so it doesn't retract all the way in there. There's actually a cap that sits on here, no cap. So there's a piece that sits up front, and that actually adds a little bit more to it, and it also, that holds a piece of felt that keeps the oil from falling out. It just kind of keeps the spindle nice and clean as you push it out. So we're going to pull that in. We're going to lock it down. So this is fully retracted. Once again, out, going all the way in, just a light boop. That's the end of travel. We're going to lock it down. And let's get indicating on this. And we need to move everything in just a little bit to get to that point. Which is unfortunate because we'll probably have to recenter it because this is going to throw off our center, very likely. Hopefully it's still on center. So let's see if we can drop this down real quick. And we're going to probe left and right sides. So we're at, I'm going to say 70, and then over here, we're at 85. So I'm happy with that. We're 15 micron out on the position horizontally here, and that's totally fine with me. So we're fully retracted. We're locked down on both the spindle, and we're going to do the same measurements that we did before. And we're going to go down our list, and we're going to measure all the different spots here. So last time we had a see if I can get both to be in focus. So let's go here. We want that. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So we're going to go through, we're going to do our same measurements. We're going to measure the bottom as well as the top of the spindle, and we're going to record the retraction. We're going to take like 4 measurements, we're starting at 0, or fully retracted, which is actually, I think that's a 1/16 of an inch. Yeah, I think a 1/16 of an inch. So let's do some measurements. So we got 46, and then we get to do this all over again, chat. How does that sound? Let's bring you in closer, give you a more birdie eye view. All right, how does that look? Isn't at least 1 or 2? It's an at least 2, which you should be able to tell from the head, or from the front of it. But yeah, it's an at least 2. We never got the at least 1s in the U.S. They do exist. They're just extraordinarily rare. Okay, so